News this hour from Town Hall. I'm John Scott. U.S. military has reimposed a naval blockade on Iranian ports. This comes as Washington tries to stop Iran's attacks on ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Days of retaliatory strikes across the Middle East by Iran and the U.S. attacks threaten to push the region back to all-out war. President Trump told Fox News Channel that more U.S. strikes against Iran coming over the next 2 days. Growing concerns about our aging lawmakers in Washington. Correspondent Laura Wetters reports.
The sudden death of South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham is renewing focus on the country's aging lawmakers. Graham had just turned 71 just 2 days before he passed away. The senator appeared to be in good health and had played golf with President Trump and former South Carolina Congressman Trey Gowdy just days before he left for a trip to Ukraine. Meanwhile, Republican Senator Mitch McConnell, who was 84, was rushed to the hospital back on June 14th. McConnell says he fell at home and has been suffering from a mild case of pneumonia. He released a photo of himself and his wife. And President Trump, now 80, is the oldest person ever elected president. He was 78 at the time. Laura Winters reporting.
12 states suing to block Paramount's takeover of Warner Brothers Discovery. Bernie Bennett has more.
They argued in a lawsuit Monday that the $81 billion merger would, quote, extinguish competition in Hollywood and lead to fewer choices for consumers across the U.S. The Office of California's Attorney General is leading the coalition. It alleges that the proposed merger would lead to higher prices, lower quality, and less content for movies and the television landscape. Paramount maintains that merging with Warner would be good for competition. The company says it will vigorously defend the transaction. Bernie Bennett reporting.
And 5 of the biggest U.S. banks reporting record profits on Tuesday, beating even the most optimistic Wall Street expectations. J.P. Morgan Chase earned a record $16.9 billion in the quarter. More on these stories from townhall.com.
With things moving fast to resolve the situation in the Middle East, the headlines may change, but the fundamentals haven't. America's debt continues to climb, and uncertainty still hangs over the global economy. That's why investors continue turning to one asset that has stood the test of time: physical gold and silver. For generations, gold has been viewed as a safe haven asset during periods of geopolitical tension and market volatility. That's why Advantage Gold wants to send you a free gold investment guide valued at $49, plus a free copy of economist Ken Rogoff's acclaimed book, Our Dollar, Your Problem, when you call 800-900-8000. Discover why central banks are buying gold, why many Americans are diversifying with precious metals, and how a tax and penalty-free rollover into physical gold and silver may fit into your retirement strategy. Don't wait until the next crisis dominates the headlines. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000 right now. Consult your financial advisor before investing. Call 800-900-8000.
Another death during an encounter with immigration agents. Jennifer King has more.
Authorities say a man running from federal officers in Northeast Florida was struck and killed early Tuesday morning by a tractor trailer. The 28-year-old was among 4 occupants of a vehicle that stopped in the parking lot of a gas station and convenience store in St. Augustine. Police say that during the encounter with agents from ICE and Homeland Security investigations, the 4 fled on foot, with one darting across a busy road into the path of a semi-truck. Florida Highway Patrol spokesman Sergeant Dylan Bryan says the driver stopped and tried to render aid, but the man died at the scene. It marks the 3rd death in about a week involving encounters with ICE agents. I'm Jennifer King.
The House passing a bill Tuesday. It would make daylight saving time permanent. The Senate would also have to pass the bill before it could become law, but it's unclear if it will do so. News and analysis at townhall.com. A bipartisan group of senators have introduced a bill championed by Lindsey Graham that would impose sanctions on top Russian figures and heavy tariffs on the biggest buyers of Russian oil. Connecticut Democrat Richard Blumenthal says Graham was excited about the prospect of the Russian sanctions, but the bill finally becoming reality.
Ukraine is turning the tide. We're meeting the moment with scorching sanctions legislation that will help to stop the flow of revenue to Putin's war machine from purchases of Russian oil and gas. And he was ecstatic about that progress.
Blumenthal says the sanctions would target the top buyers of Russian oil. That would be China and India. Thai officials say 2 more people injured in a huge fire at a Bangkok music bar have died. That brings the death toll now to 32. More than 70 people were injured. 30 people remain hospitalized. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking, free. General admission, free. Memories, priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on two huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
For the first time ever, we're bringing you MyPillow mattresses and mattress toppers for as low as $99.98. Remember, sleep's all about temperature and pressure points. Whatever sleep needs you have, we have the right technology for you. Like our MyPillow mattress topper, our queen size has over 10,000 individual comfort supports to help relieve your pressure points. And how about our 3-inch Hybrid Plus mattress topper? It's infused with copper and silver to help your body get the restorative sleep it needs. And our MyPillow and Case Coil mattresses, I personally helped develop these mattresses to make sure they have everything needed to give us great sleep. Plus, they're made right here in the USA, and they ship right to your front door, absolutely free.
Go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla to get MyPillow mattresses and toppers for as low as $99.98 and free shipping.
Well, happy Wednesday, everybody. Hump Day. This is the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm Dan Hobgood. Time for a look at, among other things, weather and a little bit of sports. Just a little bit of sports today. We'll start, as we always do, with where I am in Richmond, Virginia. The high today, a very hot 98 degrees. Wait till you hear some of the other ones. Low this evening is 72. Right now, the temperature in the River City, 68 degrees. In D.C., look, I warned you. High today of 100, triple digits. A low tonight of 77, partly cloudy, as if that's going to make much of a difference. Right now, the temperature in Washington is 74 degrees. In Atlanta, a high today, surprisingly not so hot, 85, going to be humid, shocker. A low this evening of 72, still humid. Right now, the temperature in Georgia, 73 degrees. In Nashville, looking at a high today of 87, going to be humid and stormy. A low this evening of 72, still humid. Right now, the temperature 73 degrees in Middle Tennessee. In Philadelphia, the day after the All-Star game, a high also of 100 degrees, just like D.C. A low of 79. Gosh, that's hot. Right now, the temperature is 78. Morgantown, you're looking at a high today of 95, a low this evening of 71, going to be humid. Right now, the temperature in, by God, West Virginia, 69 degrees. Last but certainly not least, my Yinzers in Pittsburgh, high today of 96, a low of 74 tonight, and right now the temperature in the 412 is 71 degrees. The American League blanks the NL last night 4-0 in the All-Star game in Philly. MVP award goes to Yankee outfielder Cody Bellinger. And Spain upsets France 2-0, or 2-0 I should say, right, to reach the World Cup finals and try to determine, mirror on the wall, which country is the most commie of them all. I'm kidding. Anyway, bringing you today's weather and sports update is the Godzilla Wins radio show. For the best insight, analysis, and picks, watch and listen to Godzilla Wins Saturday mornings from 9 to 11 all across the John Fredericks Media Network. Plus, to get John's daily sports picks, you know where to go, GodzillaWins.com. Once again, that's GodzillaWins.com. And now, a few words to the wise. I don't know if asking someone to name his favorite constitutional amendment is quite like asking someone to name his favorite football team or his favorite movie, but my guess is that the question, if asked, would tend to elicit a response, with predictable results. Maybe a few respondents would cite procedural amendments, whether by number or their contents, regarding searches and seizures, that's number 4, trial by jury, number 7, or pleading the 5th to avoid incriminating oneself. Well, that's the 5th, it's number 5. Perhaps scores of women would say the 19th, believing that it was necessary to afford them the opportunity to vote. Some might cite the 10th Amendment, proclaiming states' rights, even though, as already addressed, states don't have rights, and that language isn't in the 10th Amendment. Zohran Mamdani would break down in tears over his love for the income tax, and some alcohol aficionados would surely express their zest for the 21st, as well as their disgust probably for the 18th. Most, though, would undoubtedly choose either the First Amendment, with its quote-unquote 5 freedoms, or the Second Amendment, believing that it is the retort of last resort. My guess is that very few would offer the answer that should be everyone's, and that's the 9th Amendment. The 9th Amendment reads as follows: The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. Let me read that again. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. This is absolutely crucial for several reasons. 1. The amendment is a tacit acknowledgement that the source of rights is not government. Otherwise, the quote-unquote rights, really privileges in such an alternate reality, could not extend beyond those that government had enumerated, as government would have to enumerate them for them to exist. Second, the 9th Amendment establishes that the Constitution is a document of principle, not particulars. In other words, without having to identify each and every rightful action that individuals have, an utterly impossible task, the Constitution, via the 9th Amendment, establishes that the proverbial line in the sand representing man's autonomy is what geometry tells us a line is, one that extends in perpetuity at each end. Lastly, given all of the foregoing, the 9th Amendment indicates that every civil, peaceful action that man could possibly undertake has been legal at least since 1791. Efforts to legalize XYZ are moot, as the 9th Amendment affirmed their legality centuries ago. Furthermore, and no less importantly, by proper jurisprudence, that's just a fancy word for legal philosophy, any and all legislative attempts to illegalize peaceful behavior are automatically null and void. For the same reason that in the card game Spades, that suits ace trumps the 8 of clubs. Naturally, the statist, collectivist, tribalists in our judicial system have for generations acted as though the 9th Amendment doesn't exist. In my 3 years at our nation's first law school, William and Mary, Jefferson's alma mater, I never heard the phrase the 9th Amendment even once. Yet wishing it away won't make it go away. It's right there in the heart of the Constitution, and every freedom-loving American should be ecstatic that that's the case. We'll pick up here tomorrow. In the meantime, this has been Dan Hobgood for the John Fredericks Media Network. Outside the Box with the Ox is next, followed by The John Fredericks Show. Stay tuned, everyone.
The The Democrat Socialists of America, DSA, just launched a new website. From it, quote, "Capitalism is a system designed by the owning class to exploit the rest of us for their own profit. We must replace it with Democrat socialism, a system where ordinary people have a real voice in our workplaces, neighborhoods, and society," close quote. Platform planks from their previous website yesterday included free college, room, and board for everyone.
Don't cost nothing.
No enforceable borders, voting allowed by anyone regardless of nationality or citizenship, no more military presence in foreign lands, free health care, period, no insurance premiums, fees, or copays, free K-12 education and pre-K childcare. All this for everyone regardless of means. All things the Green New Deal, and a mandated 32-hour maximum work week, freeing up our time to protest ICE, shut down freeways and mobs, or knock over liquor stores every time a black man is arrested by police.
Remain calm. All is well.
Not explicit in their platform is exactly how this would be enforced. Like if in our off time we sell quilts on Etsy or have a podcast on Spotify, would the 32-hour work week DSA police ticket us and confiscate our income? Also on the new website, you can register to be an official DSA member by paying $5 to $50 a month, observing from outside the box, while oddly, being a Democrat, Independent, or Republican is free. Here outside the box with the Ox in the Eastern Time Zone and now in West Virginia on the John Fredericks Media Network.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild.
They want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes, men and women's sports. They're going to open up their border.
Trump hits the speed dial.
Thank you for calling in on such short notice.
You came first, John.
Wake up with the John Fredericks Show weekday morning, 6 Eastern, 5 Central on JFMN.TV, the massive J-Fred radio network, and all across the socials.
You came first, John. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
Right now, download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play and get the entire Mountaineer sports world in the palm of your hand. Right now, get notified when new stories drop about your favorite Mountaineers teams and athletes. Download the WV Sports Nation app right now. Get updates on next level Mountaineers like Weatherholt and Joe Mazzulla. All that and more right in your pocket right now. Download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play. Download the app right now.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who always says to lace them up and lace them tight, John Fredericks.
Well, we got quite the day coming for you today. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network, and I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables. Thanks for joining us. As always, we're live at the, we're here at Carlisle at the Pennsylvania War College. This is great in Root Hall. We're going to be here all day, and we got quite the show going on today. This is the Dave McCormick Defense and Innovation Summit. And what a lineup we've got today, rocking and rolling. Also, President Trump going to be speaking here at 3 o'clock. We're going to be carrying him live across our network sometime between 3 and 3:30. We've also got a special show. We'll be broadcasting live at 12 o'clock, 12 to 1 p.m. today, 12 to 1 p.m. live. Doug Collins, Secretary of the VA, will be with us at 12 o'clock. At 12:30, SBA Administrator Kelly Loeffler. So we have two cabinet level officials with us today between 12 and 1 o'clock. So Rob Carson's on vacation this week, so we'll be breaking into his time. And it's just great to have you with us. I mean, we have got so much going on here. We don't even know where to start. But I tell you what, we can't do this without you, our 6 a.m. audience and 5 a.m. Central. And we really appreciate everybody. This is going to be quite the day here at the Dave McCormick Pennsylvania Defense and Innovation Summit. And I want to say that this is only made possible by our sponsors that have been fabulous to us. You know, it's expensive for us to get out here. We got, staff and the whole bit out. But just really want to thank all of our sponsors. Senator Dave McCormick, want to thank Dave for being one of our key sponsors here. Thank you, Dave. We really appreciate you. Also want to thank Congressman Dan Muser, 9th District, Pennsylvania. Thank you, Dan. Senator Jared Coleman from the 16th District in Pennsylvania, State Senator. Thank you, Jared. And also want to thank our one of our business entities, Mike Barley and Pace-O-Matic, for being the other host. So without them, this, as you know, would not be possible. But look, we've just got so much going on today. I want to start with a couple things. I'm going to start with the economy, which I've been telling you is going to be coming roaring back. It's going to be coming roaring back as we get through this war in Iran. We'll get to that in a minute. But Dan, why don't we start here? It says that I'm disconnected. Is that what's going on? Am I out here, Dan, or what's the deal?
You seem to be coming through live to me.
Okay, I think I've got the wrong stream up here. Dan, am I still there? Okay, there we go.
You are indeed. Yeah, we're doing it live.
Okay. let's get to I'm going to get to cut one here. This is Fox News yesterday. Inflation was down dramatically in June. It is going to continue to go down as gas prices go down. So let's get right there, because everybody's talking about the economy and affordability and gas prices are too high. And now I'm telling you, the Democrat communist jihadists, I don't know what they're going to have going into September and October when gas is approaching $2.25 and inflation is down. I don't know what they're going to have. The answer is nothing. Let's roll it. Cut one, go.
Talk about a reversal. Okay, so month over month, we came down 0.4%. So negative read on the headline month to month. We were looking for 0.1% to the downside. We got 0.4 to the downside. All right, year over year, listen to this, 3.5%. The street was looking for a gain of 3.8%. We got 3.5%, and last month's read was 4.2. So look at that decline there. Okay, core month over month CPI flat, 0. The street was looking for a gain of 0.2%. And then also core year over year, all of this better than expected. 2.6% is the core number. We were looking for 2.8%. That is also a nice decline from last month.
Look, it's a great decline. I mean, inflation is coming down. Well, if you look at this economy and the baseline of it, as soon as you get gas prices down and energy, everything is going to go down with that. Let's get to Kevin Hastert here explaining this. Let's get to number 28. Take a look here.
Yeah, it's absolutely
The best inflation report we've seen in about 6 years. If you abstract from energy, if you look at the core, it's all the way down year over year to 2.6%, which is just about where the Fed expects it to be. And it's not just energy prices going down. Like if you look at the micro stories, if you zoom in, then you see things like auto insurance costs are way down, in part because law enforcement has picked up. There aren't so many people having their cars stolen and so on because of bringing order to the streets. We see food prices doing a great job. Tomato prices down 10%. Across the board, drug prices, the biggest decline in drug prices ever, all the way back to World War II, because of President Trump's policies to make the America the most favored nation. And so it's sure energy prices have come down a lot, but everything else is going down too. And I think that's why, if you look at Bloomberg, they surveyed 67 economists, and 67 economists got it wrong because they didn't understand that it wasn't just about energy. It's about all these other things that President Trump is doing to cut costs.
I mean, what are the Democrats going to have? And this is not the Democratic Party we're fighting, right? With, let's just get some more legislation and get, food stamps increased. These are Marxist jihadists that are taking over the Democratic Party lock, stock, and barrel. And they're running on one thing: affordability. You can't afford rent. You can't afford food. You can't afford gas. When those goes down and those go away, they have absolutely nothing to run on. Nothing. This is why I'm so bullish about us winning the midterms. And I still believe with those 10 seats we gained, and I believe we're going to hold all of our seats in Pennsylvania. I really believe that. We got 4 at risk. We hold those, we're going to have a slim majority again. And there's no way they're going to win the Senate because Collins is a done deal, right? They're going to pick up 1 seat, and that's in North Carolina. I believe right now Cooper's ahead pretty significantly. Watley's still got a shot, but Cooper's ahead. Could change, but we're going to win Michigan because they're going to nominate this guy, Al Syed, who's a jihadist, Marxist that hates America. Michigan is not going to vote for this guy. So we're going to flip it with Rogers. So I see no change. I mean, we can actually gain seats if we can beat Cooper in North Carolina, which is now a red state. So all of that coming into play. And that's why I'm so bullish going forward. I'm so optimistic every day. And I keep telling you, listening to the naysayers, listening to the clickbaiters, listening to the click whores out there, right? They get clicks by telling you everything is bad. We're going to get beat. We're going to lose 30 seats. The numbers are not there. They don't have that many seats to gain, the Democrats, socialists, or whatever you want to call them. They don't have that many seats to gain. We've got seats that we're going to pick up. They're not going to win the governorship of Iowa. They're not going to, all this stuff that the polls are saying, it's all fake. Right? They're not going to win any of this stuff, right? Iowa's not going to vote for a Democratic governor. They're not going to vote for a Democratic senator. None of this is going to happen. So, Texas is not going to vote for the trans guy that says God's a transgender. They're not going to do. He doesn't eat meat in Texas. None of this is going to happen. You're going to hear the hype from the left, right? You go on their sites. It's all you're going to hear is how they're going to win, and it's going to be anti-Trump 24/7. That's what you're going to get, and then you're going to tune me in, and I'm going to tell you the truth. Truth and clarity right here. Speaking of truth and clarity, this is for you, Lori, in Columbus. Coffee of the day. So I went with Coleman yesterday. He could make the pick. He picked Sheets. I took it like a man. Drank their lousy coffee. I didn't say a word. I told them it was fine, right? It was all good. Today, I said, Mike, my turn. So today we went to McDonald's. Got a great cup of McDonald's coffee. First of all, it's hot. That's number 1. They fill it to the brim. That's 2. That was great. Number 3, I got an Egg McMuffin. So breakfast was good. Egg McMuffin was great. Coffee was super. Thanks, Mike, for stopping at McDonald's. So McDonald's was my coffee of the day. Now, of course, I had my 1775 in my room, but then, I'm not going to be having a Keurig here at the event. So I packed that in my bag and off we go. But, oh yeah, Coleman doesn't believe that. People have been on my bus. I pack a mini Keurig, and I pack my 1775 coffee, and I pack half and half in a little ice thing, chilled, and they put it in the refrigerator at the hotel. I mean, it's about quality of life, folks. Quality of life. Why would I waste a day drinking crappy coffee when I can have my own? And I just take it out, hook it up, put in the plug, right? It's nice and clean. Also, I have fresh water, Got my half and half there, my little mini cooler thing with the little ice things in it. Packed that in my suitcase. Got my 1775. I'm good. Quality of life, right? Yes, you can go to the Exxon station and get the coffee and the pasta, but sitting there for 7 hours that somebody made at 2 a.m. You can do that, or you can enjoy life, right, Mike? Hey, Mike, when you travel with me, do we enjoy life or what, Mike?
Yes, we do.
Mike says we enjoy life. Last night, where did we eat dinner? Longhorns, right? Had a nice steak, right? Glass of wine, all good, right? Quality of life. That's why I urge you, 1775coffee.com. Get some now. It's the best coffee you're ever going to have. Why? Beans are roasted fresh daily from Bolivia. Simple. There's no magic here, and it's affordable. All you got to do, folks, to improve your life. And, I got them telling me, nobody in the 6 o'clock hour is buying your coffee. How do you know that's the 6 o'clock hour? Because that's when you advertise it. I'm like, well, that's unfortunate. So right now, go order some 1775 coffee. It's a win-win. Help me, help you, help them, help everybody. Help the world. Be happy. Quality of life. Go to 1775coffee.com. Promo code Godzilla. 10% off. Best thing you're ever going to do. You get medium, you get dark roast, you get beans, you get grounds, you get it all. All right there. 1775coffee.com. Promo code Godzilla. 10% off. And you can thank me later when it's so good. Right? That's all you have to do. Okay, let's get to, we just got to Kevin Hastert on 28. Am I out of time already? Oh my goodness. That really flew by. All right, we're going to fix the light here because we got this little thing shining in the back of us. So we're going to fix that there in a minute. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network, live at the Pennsylvania Defense and Innovation Summit. We're live here in Carlisle, Pennsylvania at the Army War College. We're going to be right back with your calls. 888-480-JOHN. Great day today. Great lineup. Let's roll. See that?
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cell's Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale only $14.98. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
To take advantage of the second annual mega sale, go to mypillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla.
Trump 2.0 is in full effect. How do you keep up with all the action? I'll tell you. TrumpNationNews.com is your inside source for the inside scoop. Manufacturing, jobs, deportations, and the nation's rejuvenation. The first 100 days and beyond. All the news you need and no liberal gibberish. It's the perfect way to start your day. Sign up for the TNN newsletter. Do it today. TrumpNationNews.com. TrumpNationNews.com. Part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Pennsylvania's big casinos want it all. Your money, your games, your choice. They rake in millions, then lobby Harrisburg to shut down the small businesses that dare to compete. Bars, VFWs, local spots, crushed so the casino giants can get even richer. They want to rig the system against you, but Pesomatic is fighting back. Skill games, fair play, real competition. No monopolies, no backroom deals. Just your right to play and win. Call Harrisburg now. Stand with small business. Stand with Pesomatic. Pesomatic, leveling the playing field. Paid for by Pesomatic.
Back here live at the Waterfront Village with my friend, the zombie, Jonathan. You're looking good. Jonathan just got an awesome face paint job. What do you think?
I like turtles.
All right, you're great zombie.
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Live with your calls, 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. This is your community and your voice. And thank you very much. Hey, want to give a shout out to our Getter Chat people. Thank you for being on every day. I don't always comment on it because I'm busy, but I do read them. So thank you for that. Very interesting. Somebody commented that they loved Wawa soft pretzels. So do I. And they are not good for your waistline. So if you're trying to lose weight and stay in shape, probably the worst thing you could possibly eat. They have no nutritional value whatsoever. It's just dough and salt and butter. They're like worst thing you can eat, but they're good. Now, I go to the Wawa the other day, and this is criminal behavior. I'm checking out, and I've got strawberries and grapes. Okay? I got strawberries and grapes. Mike was there. Strawberries and grapes. And now I'm trying to be a good boy, right? Trying to, I'm getting older. I can't be putting on weight, right? I'm on lean. I got that going. So at the checkout counter, where you are, in the Wawa thing where they have the change thing, right where you're putting down your strawberries and grapes, what do they have there? Freshly baked soft pretzels right there at the checkout, staring at you. See, that to me is criminal. Of course, I bought one. Now, would I go in the pretzel thing and take it out? No, I'm not going to do that, but it's staring at me. And of course, I bought it and ate it, and it was awesome. So thank you very much for that on the Getter chat. We're here at the Pennsylvania Defense and Innovation Summit, hosted by Senator Dave McCormick. More information, you can go to just Google Senator Dave McCormick putting this on. It's a tremendous event. The number of CEOs he has here is unbelievable. This thing is 2 floors of just exhibits, every defense company in the world. And what Dave McCormick is trying to do, he's trying to double the amount of defense jobs in Pennsylvania, go from 190,000 to 400,000. So these are going to be another 200,000 good paying private sector jobs for Pennsylvanians. And we thank Senator McCormick for doing this, and also represented Penn State and Pitt University and Shippensburg College, also Lackawanna College, which has a vocational program where you get a degree in welding and things like that. So it's been interesting being here and seeing that how the country is moving, how the country is moving in this direction, and really got to give us a hats off to Senator Dave McCormick. He's not playing senator. He's getting things done. And he's also told me he's voting for the SAVE Act. He'd vote to get rid of the parliamentarian. He'd vote to get rid of the filibuster. So McCormick 100% with us on everything. So we want to thank him for that. Okay. Let's get to a couple other clips I want to get here. Let's get to cut 3. Take a look at this and tell me what you think. Roll it, Dan.
There are elements in the country, in the government, that are desperate to make a deal with the United States. And we entered into an agreement that the Iranians violated. They attacked commercial shipping through the strait, and President Trump made clear, you do not cross the United States, you do not violate an agreement with the United States, you do not break your word with President Trump or America, and you attack shipping in violation of that agreement, and you will pay a hellish price. And that is what has happened. President Trump has finally, after years, 47 years of American presidents of both parties, allowing this country and its leadership to bully, threaten, maim, murder, kill, spill rivers of innocent blood, and then ultimately threaten the world with the development of a nuclear weapon. This president alone had the courage and the strength to decapitate their ability to wage global jihad against innocents. And let's be very clear. They expected, because it's what they're used to, dealing with other Americans, that they could get away with breaking their word or breaking their agreement and that America would look the other way. But they made one vital mistake, Sean. They forgot that Donald Trump is the president of the United States. One way or another, whether it be through bombing, whether it be through the blockade, whether it be through economic strangulation, whether it be through global pressure brought to bear, any or all of these things, one way or another, this country, this regime, will ultimately be forced to change its ways. It's going to happen, Sean, and President Trump has the strength and the fortitude to see it through to his conclusion.
Listen, no more deals. I mean, yesterday the president is again saying, well, we're going to see if we can make a deal. There are no deals to be made. So I think the frustration of the American people revolves around that. Another threat about I'm going to bomb this and bomb that. We're done with the threats. Cut them off. No shipping gets in, no shipping gets out of Iranian oil or Iranian anything. Nothing. Zero. Nothing goes to China. Nothing goes anywhere. That's number one. Number two, you got to keep the strait open. First, he's going to charge a fee. Then everybody got upset. He backed off that. Now he says, well, we're going to get all this money invested and create jobs. Okay, fine. Right? No fee. Going to get investment. I'll see it when I believe it. I get it. Right? Everybody's upset. Maritime doesn't want to pay a fee. First he said he wouldn't pay a fee. Then we are going to have a fee. Now there's no fee. I don't really care about the fee. I care about keeping the strait open permanently under our direction for life. Until the earth goes away in the second coming, the straits stay open under U.S. control. And bomb them. I think another threat that you're going to bomb the bridges, bomb this, bomb them. It's getting old. I'm being candid here, okay? I believe the president is doing the right thing in Iran. I believe that from day one. I don't think you're going to make a deal. You're never going to make a deal. I'm tired of hearing about they want to make a deal. They make a deal, it doesn't matter. The next day, they break it. So the deal is ridiculous, and it is a waste of our time, and it's starting to look silly, okay? And these constant threats about what you're going to bomb them. Don't tell me what you're going to do it, and then tell me you did it. So I want to wake up and see we dropped 1,000 bombs and they have no bridges and no oil and no infrastructure and no energy and they're dark. Fine. Until the people rise up and decide, look, they support this regime. Look at the number of people that turned out. This is what we're not getting. Look at the number of people that turned out in Tehran for this madman's funeral, this cleric's funeral, this mullah's funeral, who killed 52,000 of their own people. And they turn out like 1 million of them on the street mourning him. These people deserve what they get. They deserve it. I mean, I don't care. Do you care? They want the mullahs. Well, then deal with it. But we're going to open up the strait. I've said over and over, I don't care what Iran does internally. Not my business. Not Africa's not my business. They're not my business. We cannot police the world. I have no interest. I have interest in what our domestic situation here, gas, oil, heating, energy, fertilizer, food, milk, eggs, jobs, wages. That's what I care about. I don't care what happens in Iran, not my business. Let them figure it out. If they want to, you know, 1 million people want to go to Tehran and mourn the death of this guy who just killed 52,000 of them, the hell do I care? They're all nuts. Open the strait, bomb them every day. I don't care. Or say nothing. But stop telling me you're going to make a deal because you're not, and stop telling me you're going to bomb them when you don't. Remember about 3 months ago, it was going to be, there's going to be this big day and everybody's stay up all night. Well, I changed my mind because now we're going to make a deal. There's no deal. And if you make a deal, the deal goes away the next day. So what's the point? Nothing. Here's Stephen Miller again on, let's get to number 6. Take a look here.
Oh, hey, John, I think that's just a repeat of cut.
Okay, let's get to, I'm sorry. I was a little mixed up today. We're a little discombobulated. Let's get to cut 13. Roll with that.
We have seen extensive U.S. strikes against Iran for 3 consecutive nights now. This comes after the Iranians attacked vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. How would you describe what is happening at this moment? Has the war resumed?
Well, I guess you could define it any way you want, but certainly we're beating them up really badly. They have to be beat up. We're hitting them very, very hard. We're hitting every single thing that they have along the shore, along the waterfront. You know, if you look at the Strait of Hormuz, it's now, we're finding it hard to find where they have anything. We have to stop it. We have to keep it open. I was going to charge a fee, but instead they'd rather spend a lot of money in the United States, which frankly is better because I don't like the idea of a fee. It's got to remain free because otherwise others will do the same thing. But I think we've made tremendous progress.
So your objective?
Well, what's the only progress I'm interested in is are you keeping the strait open? That's it. Tremendous progress where? There's no progress if you don't keep the strait open. Keep the strait open, get the ships flowing, and if they attack the ships, bomb them anyway. But stop telling me you're going to bomb them and then you don't bomb them. This is where people are getting frustrated. I'm telling you, like I told you, inflation would go down and gas would go down and we were going to midterms. As bad as the hand-wringing is of the Republican whiners, the baby diaper Republicans, the rhino baby diapers, put your big boy pants on. Take off your crybaby diapers and put on your big boy pants. Because if Trump gets this right in Iran, he's going to be rewarded in October and November at the polls. Rewarded. Right now, it's all hand-wringing and whining and crying and sniveling and complaining and sniping by the feckless loser rhinos in the party that are scared of their own shadow, that won't stand up to anything. The first sign of trouble, they cave and run away. All of them. Last people you'd want to be in a foxhole with, you'll get your head blown off. We're looking for fighters. Trump's a fighter. Open the straits permanently. No, we're not going to give it back to them. This is not the Panama Canal. We're going to give it back to you. You know, Carter's going to give it back. Oh, the students are upset. No, you're never getting it back. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. We're done with you. You're not going to be terrorizing the world. You're not going to have a bomb. We're done. Do it. Less talk, more action. Less talk, more action. That's what I'm interested in. All right, let's get to number 14. Take a look here.
I would do that.
Do you anticipate that the strikes we're seeing this week against Iran will expand? Are you considering hitting energy targets or other locations inside of Iran?
I'll save the energy targets for last, but ultimately we'll hit energy targets, yeah. But we're going to hit them very hard tonight. We're going to hit them very hard tomorrow night. We're going to hit them very hard the night after. And then next week it gets really bad for them because next week comes the Power plants, next week comes the bridges. We're going to knock out all their power plants. We're going to knock out all their bridges unless they get to the table and negotiate.
They're not going to negotiate. What negotiate what? What are they going to what are they going to negotiate? Here's where I don't understand the strategy. Somebody call me and tell me, what are they going to negotiate? We've been through negotiations for 3 months. We had an MOU. Took them a week. They broke it. What negotiate what? Their unconditional surrender? What are you negotiating? Yeah, we're going to do this. We're going to do that. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. You do nothing. Open the straits. We're going to bomb their energy. I mean, why are we even tipping our hand here? Like, I don't get this now. I get the overall end game. I don't get the fact that how are we getting there? You know, by having interviews talking about what we're going to do that we never do. Do it. Or stop talking about it, or say nothing. Better off saying nothing. This constant, they want to make a deal. They want to make a deal. We're going to get a deal. We're negotiating. Negotiating anything. 19, go.
So when I put that out yesterday, we've been doing that for many, many years. It was never fair to me that we would be guarding the strait when we basically don't take it. We don't need the oil at all. And it wasn't important for us, but it was important for allies. It was important for people that we get along with very well, including the major Gulf state countries. So I put it out yesterday. I thought it was good. I was called by different people, different countries, kings and emirs, and all of the people that we all know and we all love. And they've been very strong partners. And they said, we'd love to do it a different way. We'd love to invest in the United States with billions and billions of dollars and continue our record setting, because there's never been a time like this with the United States, with the factories, with the plants, with everything else. And we would like to invest tremendously in the United States as opposed to charging a fee. And I like that, actually, because I don't think anybody should be able to charge a fee for the strait or for any other straight relationship in terms of other sections of the world. I don't think anybody should be really in that position. But we were doing it as a reimbursement. The Gulf states are going to invest a tremendous amount of money into the United States, and that was very satisfactory to me.
I mean, look, fine. Show me the money. Show me the money. First of all, here's the thing. We say, well, there's going to be a 20% fee. We spend a day defending it, and then he says, well, there's no fee. There should be a fee. Well, what did we spend a day defending that? I mean, we have to get something. I mean, we're not the guardians of the earth. I mean, these straits are open so the oil can flow to China, and now we're paying for that. And somehow we're going to get reimbursed by, KSA and UAE and Qatar, who's funding the Muslim Brotherhood, many believe, somehow is going to invest money and create jobs, and that's going to come back in the economy, trickle down 10 years later or something. Meantime, we're footing the bill. So I understand, but why did we say it in the first place? So look, the frustration's growing here. And truth and clarity. We spent a day defending the fee, and then the fee was gone the next day. Well, what was the point of saying it? Okay, it was the art of the deal. Okay, I get it. It was the art of the deal. I'm going to do a fee, and then I'm going to negotiate investment into the U.S. Okay, so it was the art of the deal. Okay, I get it. Right? It was the art of the deal. That's really what the fee was the art of the deal. It was, I'm going to tell you I'm going to do something that I can do. You don't want to do it. And then in order for me not to do it, which is charge a 20% fee, you're going to have to give me something big. And so they did. So that's the negotiation. The problem is, I know that, our audience knows that, but the average layman out there can't put it together. So they're thinking, well, the guy said there was a fee and now there's not, like he doesn't know what he's doing. course he does. What he was doing is negotiating the investment he was never going to charge a fee, but it was a negotiating tactic. But you can't say that, and the fake news blasts him, and so that's what people see. Because until you tune me in, Truth and Clarity, you have really no idea what he did. So yeah, the frustration is I'm going to charge a fee, and then the next day I'm not charging a fee, but he was never going to charge a fee, so he utilized it to negotiate more investment into the U.S. to create more jobs. But he can't say that. So we're here to figure it out, which we just did for you. That's why you tuned me in. Truth and Clarity right here. Not easy. It's not easy to do this. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. But that's what President Trump did. And so, but we didn't know it at the time, so you had to go with it. And I defended the fee because I don't want to pay for this stuff. But then, next day out, investment in. So that was a art of the deal negotiating tactic, and brilliantly done, because now we got X commitment made. I just want to see the money. Show me the money. Show it now. Give me a timeline. We're going to bomb them. We're going to bomb them. We're going to bomb them. I think the last thing here that we have to do to change the narrative is simply declare the strait is now ours. Have a nice frigging day. You fire a missile at us, we will annihilate half of Tehran. It's as simple as that. The second missile, it's all gone. The third missile, you're not going to have a bridge left in your country. And we're not going to let you get the money, and we're not going to give you the billions, and we're not going to let go of the sanctions, and we're not going to stop blockading your oil until your country has no money and it starves to death. That's it. We don't care. And when you want to win, play to win. Don't play not to lose. You're going to lose. Told you that story 100 times. You play to win the game. That's what MAGA needs to do, MAGA 2.0. You play to win the game. You don't want to play to win? Get out. Retire. As Herman Edwards said. Go away. Get out of my face. Truth and Clarity right here. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network. Paul, Georgia, line 1, go.
Nice. Hey, John. Thanks for taking my call. John, you know I love Trump, and I think he's doing great. I think he's talking too much, just like you said. He's overexposed. And I don't see what's wrong with the way the situation is right now. Everybody wants a quick solution, wants this to end immediately. I don't see it that way. I just see, just sit tight, and every day that we keep pounding on the door, eventually the door is going to open. The door is going to break down. And we're going to, there's a lot of internal fighting in the country of Iran. You got to let that just play out. But this latest thing that Trump did, I read between the lines a little differently than you did. I think Trump got called out on this one. He said, 20%. And then the Kings called him up and said, really, 20%? Well, you know that $1 trillion I was investing in the U.S.? It's only $500 billion now. And Trump said, oh, okay, I'll back off. So I back to what you said earlier, John, just stop talking. Stop trying to convince these stupid Democrat liberal media. Be quiet. He's overexposed, and let this play out. Let this play out. Supposedly we killed another 5 of their leaders. Every day, every week, we kill more of these leaders, these bad guys that won't come to the table, and hopefully the other half of the country that will negotiate, that will do the right thing, will become, more powerful, and we could make a deal with them.
I agree 100%. Overexposed. Let's talk about the SAVE Act. Let's talk about that. Let's stop talking about Iran. And let's stop doing these interviews with the libtard media. That's all he does. And you're right. You're never going to convince him. Just let it play out. Right? Now, the art of the deal might have been what you said, or it might have been the way I said. Either way, let's get the investment in. Let's keep the straits open. Let's own it. But let's stop talking about deals and what we're going to do if there's not a deal, because it's getting ridiculous, to be quite candid. You're going to bomb them? Bomb. Stop talking. Bomb them. Or just stop talking. I'm good with that too. I'm good either way. But stop telling me you're going to make a deal, because the deal's irrelevant, because they'll break it the next 15 minutes. So what good is it? Waste of my time. Thank you, Paul in Georgia. Good call. Coming up next, well, we go to Liberty University, and our good friend Phil Klein is next.
Wednesday, hitting an Iranian army barracks. Missile alert warnings went out in Bahrain and Kuwait as they faced incoming Iranian fire, something that's been a daily occurrence, further straining a ceasefire in the war. Jordan also said that it shot down 3 incoming Iranian missiles. Supreme Court Justices Amy Coney Barrett and Elena Kagan have told lawmakers that a sharp increase in threats targeting justices is encroaching on their personal and family lives. Testifying before a House Appropriations Subcommittee, they say judges and lawmakers alike are facing more threats and are seeking millions of dollars to enhance security.
And those statistics sound abstract, but being on the receiving end of them is not. So I thought I would just share a little bit about how the threats have affected me and my family personally. They have required me to, my children, to think about and see things that children should not have to see or think about. One example is when threats to my life were particularly intense a few years ago around the time of the Dobbs leak.
That is Justice Barrett. Justice Kagan says it's getting critical.
The Capitol Police Chief recently testified that threats against Congress are up 50% this year. The Supreme Court police expect a smaller but still very substantial 38% annual increase in threats this year, which follows a 25% increase last year. For some of us, those threats have come very close, and all of us live with the knowledge that they may again materialize.
A somber ceremony Tuesday as the sister of the late South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham was sworn in to fill his seat 3 days after his death. Darlene Graham will fill the remaining 6 months of that term. More on these stories from townhall.com.
How many times are you going to walk into that outdated bathroom and think, I really need a bathroom makeover? Stop putting it off and transform your bathroom and your life in as little as 1 day with a beautiful, affordable shower makeover from Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Choose from custom designs tailored to your budget and style, including safety-focused features for beauty and peace of mind.
I've had a great experience from start to finish. The crew that came in, they were so professional. This looks like a marble, beautiful, new shower, and it was done all in 1 day.
Right now, we're waiving all installation costs, plus offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free design consultation and quote. Call 800-384-3371. That's 800-384-3371. 800-384-3371. With purchase and installation, financing through third-party lenders, subject to credit approval. No interest and no payments if paid in full within 12 months. Charged from purchase date if not paid in full. Not all will qualify. Call dealer for details.
Stocks were up Tuesday after data showed slowing inflation, even as shares of IBM stock went south.
Stocks rose on Wall Street after a report showed that inflation wasn't as bad as expected last month. The gains came even though oil prices continued to climb on worries that the U.S. and Iran may return to all-out war. The S&P 500 rose 0.4% Tuesday. The Dow added 9 points, that's less than 0.1%. The Nasdaq Composite rose 0.9%. Treasury yields fell in the bond market following the better-than-expected report on inflation. Chip stocks and other AI winners rebounded. Big U.S. banks, including J.P. Morgan Chase, reported strong profits. A big drop in IBM stock kept the gains in check. Seth Sutel, New York.
A U.S.-Russian space crew has arrived at the International Space Station for an 8-month mission. This is highlighting cooperation despite tension between the two countries. News at townhall.com. A prominent elderly American has been shot and killed in the Philippines. Authorities not for certain what the motive may have been in this case. Officials do say that an investigation is now underway. We have the update from correspondent Lisa Dwyer.
An American marine biologist was shot and killed by 3 men who barged into his house in the central Philippines over the weekend. 73-year-old Kent Carpenter was at home with his companion Sunday night when 3 men with covered faces forced their way in. Carpenter's companion says one drew a gun and shot Carpenter, killing him instantly. They fled with a laptop, cash, and a backpack. Silliman University says Carpenter was an exceptional scientist who had collaborated with the university on marine research work and studies since 1976. Police are trying to determine a motive for the killing. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
More on these stories at townhall.com.
Van Hillary has fought for America before, and he's ready to do it again. As an Air Force navigator in Desert Storm, Van's mission was simple: chart the course, stay on mission. When he came home to Tennessee, he won an election nobody thought a Republican could win. Then he did it again and again. For almost a decade, America First conservative Van Hillary has fought the radical left, stood with President Trump, and never folded, securing our border, cutting taxes, and bringing jobs to Tennessee.
Radical Democrats are trying to hijack our country. President Trump needs a conservative fighter who knows how to win. I'll keep fighting to help President Trump finish what he started, keeping our border secure, growing our economy, and destroying the woke agenda. I'm Van Hillary, and I approve this message because I'm standing with President Trump to get America back on mission.
America First conservative Van Hillary. He's never folded, and he never will. Paid for by Van for Tennessee.
Ponder this. All of God's children, you and I, have been created in God's own image. It's hard to fathom, isn't it? One thing we do know about God is that He is perfectly free. So He created us perfectly free to follow Him and free to deny Him. We have the choice. Our choice, however, has eternal consequences. It is the biggest decision in your life. I'm sure that most of you, if not all of you, want the final elevator ride to go up, not down. How we live on this earth determines our eternal destination, up or down, heaven or hell, and yes, hell is real. God has rules for us to follow in order to be admitted into His heavenly home. Just like the rules you may have for people to enter your home, maybe you do not allow smoking or profane language. God too has rules. There are 10 of them. We are called to obey His rules, not to change them, adapt them, or ignore them. The 10 Commandments guide our entry into eternal life. We must obey His rules in order to enter His heavenly home. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com. Pennsylvania's big casinos want it all. Your money, your games, your choice. They rake in millions, then lobby Harrisburg to shut down the small businesses that dare to compete. Bars, VFWs, local spots, crushed so the casino giants can get even richer. They want to rig the system against you, but Pesomatic is fighting back. Skill games, fair play, real competition. No monopolies, no backroom deals. Just your right to play and win. Call Harrisburg now. Stand with small business. Stand with Pesomatic. Pesomatic, leveling the playing field. Paid for by Pesomatic.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who plays to win the game, John Fredericks.
Your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables at the War College in Carlisle, Pennsylvania, the Defense and Innovation Summit hosted by Pennsylvania Senator Dan McCormick. This thing is absolutely rocking and rolling. I've never seen so many defense people here, so much industry. Dave McCormick trying to double the amount of defense jobs here in Pennsylvania from 190 to 400. That is going to happen. Everybody is here. President Trump's going to be here at 3. Special show today. We've got noon coverage live right here at 12 o'clock across the network. Doug Collins, Secretary of VA, he's going to be joining us via video. He's in Washington, D.C. at 12:30 live right here at the War College. Small Business Administration Director Kelly Loeffler is going to be with us. Record investment of small businesses. We just opened up another one. We're buying another company. It's growing. Loeffler's going to be with us. That's 12-1 across our network. Do not want to miss that. Phil Klein, well, he's coming up in a moment. And of course, this segment, as all these segments are at the War College, is brought to you by Senator Dave McCormick, our good friend Mike Barley at Pace-O-Matic, Congressman 9th District Dan Muser, State Senator Jared Coleman, Pennsylvania's 16th District. Big shout out here to Congressman Dan Muser. He's a conservative problem solver, and he brings his experience as a proven job creator and former revenue secretary of Pennsylvania. He brings that to Congress. Now, Dan has been there from 2016. He's doing a super job, and one of our MAGA stalwarts that we can depend on. And more information, go to muser.house.gov. That's muser.house.gov. M-E-U, got to put the E there, E first. Dan Muser, muser.house.gov. He's a son of a cop. He said he had a wonderful mom who balanced family and work. Always hard to do. Dan attended New York Maritime University, Cornell University, Ivy League guy, and was in the Navy ROTC program. So we thank Dan for his sponsorship here, and we thank everybody, right? It's all good. Let's get to Phil Klein, former Attorney General in Kansas. Phil also now a professor of law at Liberty University. I'm sorry, Phil. It's been a long week here at the War College in Pennsylvania. Liberty University and professor of law. We got a lot going on today, Phil, but I want to start with a couple things. I'm going to start with cut 3. Danny, if you can get that up for me. This is Mike Johnson talking about the mini Mandamis running around who are likely to be peppering the halls of Congress with a hammer and a sickle flag outside their door. The commies at the gate. Roll it.
They don't want prisons. It's in their platform. They want to remove the carceral state, they said. No prisons. They don't want to fund the police. This is not a game. Everybody needs to understand. These crazy little mini Mamdanis who are popping up all around the country, they are a danger to you and your family. This is not a game. If they promise you free stuff, there is far more beneath those promises that even some of these people do not understand themselves. And so we are here as the Republican Party to stand on the founding principles of the greatest nation in the history of the world. It is our duty to do that. And we're doing it on behalf of all of you, even the journalists who don't agree with our policies all the time. You better agree on these principles, because this is what keeps you free. By the way, it's what keeps the press free, okay? This is essential for your well-being and your family. This is not a game. This is not our father's Democrat Party. We're not arguing over marginal tax rates anymore. We're arguing over whether or not freedom is going to survive.
I thought that was the best video Johnson ever put out. We're not arguing about a capital gains tax cut like we did under Bob Novak when I used to go to those seminars in D.C. as a young man. We're not arguing over what the marginal tax rate should be. This is not Walter Mondale saying, I'm going to increase taxes. He's not. He is too. I'm going to tell you, this is not that. This is freedom, Klein. You look at these communists winning. These are jihadist Marxists that hate America, don't want cops, don't want prisons, don't want borders, don't want a country. They don't want a country. They hate the country. How do we navigate our way out of this, Professor Phil Klein?
Well, ironically, John, it is America that has to wake up. Now, I'm against wokeism, but what we need is Americans to realize that it's not as it has been over the last 50 to 75 years. What has happened is with extensive effort and a consistent effort in foreign money, and we've talked about this, there's been an effort to influence American education, to influence the youth towards more Marxist principles, and now the Marxists have decided it's time to play their cards. I believe it's too early, but they are betting on Americans remaining asleep. You know, I speak to a lot of people, a lot of institutions that play the politics and have played the politics cautiously. Just look at the next few days and try to avoid conflict and not get engaged in this battle and treat Republicans like you treat Democrats. Those days are gone. The main institutions of the United States, which rely on the liberties and freedoms that we have enshrined in our Constitution, that have been protected by a Supreme Court that the left wants to abolish, that has governmental power that has been limited by a United States Senate that the leftists want to abolish, that have been changed through great and strong executives that the left wants to abolish, the presidency, and put all power into the House of Representatives, which is part of their call. So a House of Representatives unlimited, because the Constitution is gone and because the Supreme Court is gone. They have played their cards, and you cannot sit on the sidelines and allow these foreign Marxists, these billionaires, to influence American politics all the way down to the local level and say, oh, I've just got to take care of my own backyard. It doesn't work that way anymore. They are making a full-scale play to control American politics into the future. And a lot of American influencers are sleeping, and they have to engage. They have to engage.
Define engage.
Well, you have to start building alliances, and you have to get down to the local level. For example, conservative universities need to tie themselves together on an agenda to eliminate a lot of the oversight that is occurring on these universities, which push them to the left. They need to have agreements on the development of authors and textbooks that restore a focus on the great heritage of our nation and those truths on which this nation is founded. You can go into the business and industry. We lost the chambers of commerce, and we lost the business roundtable a long time ago because they would rather save pennies and waste dollars by trying to influence government and be government's friend simply to protect the marketplace, to increase regulation, to keep competitors away, rather than focus on entrepreneurism and freedom and liberty and free market. So they have sided in some instances with the Marxists. Unions cannot play this game anymore and dance with the left. The unions need to work towards the abolishment, for example, of the National Education Association union, or change it so that it's not as radical and contrary to American politics. We have to take all of these choke points of authority that a lot of those engaged in politics, the licensing authority, the regulatory state, and all of those things, and dismantle them because Marxists have claimed that authority. You know, this has been brewing for some time, and you just can't sit on the sidelines anymore.
You know, Phil, I agree with you 100%. We have got to get engaged at the local level. And I don't want to make this myopic here, but it's, you know, I'm just putting out a thing today. I have my, you know, conference call with the DC GOP, which they all hate me, or the chairman does, Mara. But I'm releasing this thing called GAIN, which is just that. Like, how do we engage it at the local level in my ward? And this is, I put together, me and Goodlander, like a very extensive plan for this. And like this is the problem. Nobody's doing it. I also love what you said about coordinating the conservative universities in this nation. I mean, we're not doing that either. Like Hillsdale, Liberty, all of these conservative universities, we should have some tie together, and we don't do that either. And they doing everything. You know, when you look at the Smithsonian, Dan, tell me if you have that clip up. If you look at the Smithsonian, I mean, what they've done there is they've changed U.S. history so that when you go through it, and this is what Trump's problem is, when you go through it, it tells you how terrible our country is. That is not the purpose of the Smithsonian. So they want people to go there and say, yeah, the country is rotten at its core. It was basically based on a lie. The founding fathers suck. They owned slaves. We stole it from the indigenous peoples. And basically we're a racist nation of landowners. I mean, that's what they tried to do with the Smithsonian. And then you call them out and everybody goes crazy because they've taken over everything, including the universities. Man, how do we get that idea out there? That is the best idea that I've heard in some time.
Read the textbooks. I mean, the textbooks are offensive, and there is a monopolization of the market there. These conservative universities need to recognize that the game of let's just do the compliance, get along, we will continue to be certified by this organization and that organization. I call it the kingdom of the gnat, where all of these national organizations accredit you so that you can receive federal funding. Now, Hillsdale's done something about it, as I understand, and Liberty's trying to, and that's to become completely independent of federal funding so you can ignore them. That's one step. But it's not the entire step. Now the Hillsdales and the Liberties and these other groups need to get together and say, how can we promote our authors? How can we support school choice? How can we get textbooks and learning materials into the hands of parents of children K through 12, rather than have to deal with this monopoly of textbooks where everything goes through the woke panel and hates America? This has to happen, and it has to happen across industries. For example, we spent, I don't know how long, getting reaccredited by the American Bar Association. It was a lot of effort by a lot of good people, a lot of interviews. The Bar Association takes I don't know how long, when it should have taken a day. Liberty does very well on bar passage rate. Our graduates are getting jobs, all of those things. But we spent enormous resources to appeal to a bar association that's Marxist. I mean, it is a lot of it is controlled by this centralized thought of trying to control power. And what we need to be doing is discrediting those institutions. Look, states are perfectly capable of deciding who should be a lawyer. States are perfectly capable of deciding what institutions and educational institutions should function and how they should function and how professionals should be licensed. We don't need these national organizations. They are there because the federal government has thrown money, and to get the money, you got to comply with them. And so we've taken local authority, we've nationalized it, and then the left has captured many of these national organizations. And they do not serve the American interests. Just look at what's happened since we've had the Department of Education. The United States was first in education. Now it's like 40-something. The United States was efficient in education spending. Now it's bloated beyond recognition. These unions and centralized authorities serve their own interests. So we've got to break it up. The states have to become the experiments of democracy again. We have to have greater faith in local communities making these decisions. Just on the education front, I've often said education occurs where a parent, a teacher, and a child interact, not in the windowless offices of the Department of Education in the Beltway. They're lobbyists for more money. So we've got to break these things up.
You know, Phil, it's interesting this is a great segment because I think today is one of those days where you've nailed now the solutions, right? And the solutions are real. We've got to get the conservative colleges melded together. Your example with the Liberty University Law School
having to go through that nonsense only because you're a conservative Christian college, right? If you were one of the liberal schools, it would have been a day. We all know that. And we've got to get back to the States. And it's interesting because I've said this before. My youngest son, Joe, 22, Maryland, has basically said the same thing. That at the end of the day, when this is all said and done, in the next 4 or 5 years, the states, the conservative states in this country, are going to start rejecting the federal government, just like the big cities are rejecting the federal government, right? I mean, if you look at what's happening in the big cities, I mean, and Bannon said this on my show the other day, he nailed it. He said, you can't have a country where 12 of your biggest cities don't follow federal law. There's no country, right? Well, you're going to have the same thing with the states. We're just going to stop following federal law and do our own thing, and everybody's going to move there. And I don't know what the answer is to this, Phil, but that break point, I think, is upon us. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think it is, and it has to happen. I'll tell you what's happened, John, is people have engaged in government for their own purposes. Everybody's looking at the backyard, nobody's looking at the horizon, and we need more bold leadership because a lot of our leadership is following the dollar bill. Everything has been bought and purchased in America. And we have to stop doing that with governmental power. And the best way to do it is to disperse it. You know, another idea which I heard President Trump talking about, but he has not done it, I wish he'd do it, is to disperse these federal agencies across the United States and stop consolidating them in the Beltway. Put the Department of Agriculture in Kansas. Have these Washington, shiny-shoed, necktied persons who are with the Department of Education live in the wheat fields so that we have people who are close to where this power is being, where the power impacts. That would break up that consolidated authority in Washington, D.C. States are going to have to start rejecting the federal dollar. And they're addicted. They are addicted to the federal dollar. They will do cartwheels and somersaults and dance on one foot to get that federal dollar. And that, through that fashion, all of these agencies are controlling state policies. States have to exercise their own policy decisions. We've got to start bringing this down because America is not as far left as the Democratic Party. And the Democratic Party has been captured by its funding base, and the federal government has been captured by this consolidation of authority, this collectivism attitude, and that collectivism of authority benefits Marxism, not liberty.
I agree with you, Phil, 100%. I mean, we're on the same page here. I got to say, you come on every single week. This is probably the best segment we've had because now we're really getting down to how we solve this at the grassroots level and what we have to do. So I applaud you for that. Let's get to a caller. This is our announcer in Richmond, Larry from Richmond, Virginia, wants to engage here with Phil. Larry, good to hear from you. Line one, you're live.
Good morning, John. Good morning, Phil.
Good morning.
I just want to let Phil know I'm a graduate of Bob Jones University, and they used to have University Press. I'm not sure if they still do any publications or anything. I used to be printing a lot of homeschool material. I'm going to be visiting down there in 2 weeks. Would it be okay if I gave somebody your email address and everything? Maybe, like you said, I agree with you about the conservative colleges need to get together and start doing something together.
Yeah, sure. And the producer can give that to you off the air.
10-4. And John, you're spot on this morning about Trump. I know it's the art of the deal, but we need to just get Iran off the table and get back to the midterms. And that's basically all I had today for everybody. I appreciate you giving me that opportunity to be the voice of the John Fredericks Show opening, and just God bless you both. You're doing God's work, and y'all have a great day.
You're a great announcer, Larry, so thank you, and thank you for the question. And I think Phil Klein on fire today. Phil, that's basically the bottom line. If we don't get involved at the grassroots level, this is why we're getting beat. I had a column on that the other day. I said The communists have a ground game. The Republicans have a golf game. I mean, we don't do crap. I've never seen anything like it. All we want to do is hire consultants, buy TV ads. I mean, and do like mailers. I mean, none of that is working anymore. None of it works. They're at the grassroots. They're organizing precinct by precinct, house by house, Phil. And this is how they're crushing us. They've also figured out the whole mail-in ballot thing. We've done nothing with that. We're still talking about, servers on the moon and algorithms and nonsense that we've been dealing with. If we don't wake up here and smell the coffee, this thing is heading for a catastrophe. And I'm trying to shake the Republican Party up. You've got to, I don't want to see another cocktail party at the Capitol Hill Club with chicken fingers, okay? And some congressman, and you're paying $1,000. The hell's that do? Doesn't do crap. What are you doing in your precinct? How are you organizing it? How are you educating people? How are you getting them involved? What are you doing with mail-in ballots, right? None of that is getting done, Phil. And therein lies the risk that we have.
The Republican Party is captured by consultants, and they don't make money on grassroots. And the left has funded grassroots efforts. And John, again, we've discussed this, leftist billionaires fund vision and talent. Conservative billionaires fund personality and projects. And you don't defeat vision and talent with personality and projects. We've become a celebrity party. Additionally, and McCain-Feingold has pushed all of the funding of politics outside, much of it outside the political parties. And it's decreased the power of parties to build a platform, to have grassroots engagement. Grassroots is in opposition to the way parties are structured right now. So parties crush the grassroots. The left has a funding base that doesn't care about the grassroots. They'll deceive. Those people on your doorstep are being paid $80,000 a year on the left. Conservatives who are on your doorstep, it's their own sweat and it's their own effort and muscle that brings them to your doorstep. They're not getting paid because the Republican Party sucks up the money and doles it out to consultants who say buy TV, buy radio, buy mass media. And mass media loves that, of course, and reinforces that. And so we need leadership that stops the celebrity culture in the Republican Party. And we need bold leadership in Congress and at the state level to reject this consolidation of authority that occurs in our government today.
Spot on, Phil Klein, Liberty University. Hey, you can Google him like Signetti. Just Google me. Phil Klein, 2 L's, K-L-E-I-N.
I-N-E.
What?
You got
I-N-E.
the 2 L's right, but it's K-L-I-N-E.
Whatever, K-L-I-N-E. Sorry, Phil. Google me, said Coach Kurt Signetti. I win. Phil, thanks for being with us. Hey, we have a special guest here that's going to pop in a second. One of my Pittsburgh friends has graced us with our live presence. All that coming up. Trump, 3 o'clock, right here on the John Fredericks Media Network. Truck the Truth.
Level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com. Code GODZILLA for 20% off.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
Trump 2.0 is in full effect. How do you keep up with all the action? I'll tell you. TrumpNationNews.com is your inside source for the inside scoop. Manufacturing, jobs, deportations, and the nation's rejuvenation. The first 100 days and beyond. All the news you need and no liberal gibberish. It's the perfect way to start your day. Sign up for the TNN newsletter. Do it today. TrumpNationNews.com. TrumpNationNews.com. Part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
He's your Godzilla of the truth in America. No gibberish or nonsense, just common sense. And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Well, the one and only I am your Godzilla of the truth in America, your oracle of the deplorables, President Trump, 3 o'clock. Coming to you live at the Pennsylvania Defense and Innovation Summit here in Carlisle, Pennsylvania at the Army War College. We're in the, where are we, Mike? Root Barracks or something? Root Hall. Okay, we're in Root Hall. President Trump going to be here at speaking about 3:30. We got a special broadcast with him. So that'll be across our network. Also, I'll be live again at noon to 1 with Veterans Administration leader, Cabinet member Doug Collins, former Congressman George, is going to be with us. And then Kelly Loeffler. She is the cabinet level official, the administrator of the Small Business Administration. She'll also be here live at noon. Special show, not noon to 1. Then we'll go back to Rob Carson after that. And of course, this segment, as all of our segments here, brought to you by U.S. Senator from Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick, our good friends at Pace-O-Matic, and Mike Barley. Thank you, Mike. Congressman, 9th District, Republican, Pennsylvania, Dan Muser, and State Senator Jared Coleman, Pennsylvania's 16th District, serving Lehigh and Bucks counties. That's where our radio stations are. Now, I just want to say, Jared Coleman, one of the toughest state senators you're going to meet. Now, he's in a tough situation right now. I want you to go to his website because they're trying to oust him. You got a communist in there trying to beat him because they know he's tough and he speaks the truth. And so the one thing the communists need to do is get all the truth tellers out of there so they can continue to lie to you. So we need to keep Pennsylvania State Senate in Republicans' hands. It's going to turn into Virginia if we don't. And you want to go to Mr. Coleman Goes to Harrisburg. It's my favorite website. Mr. Coleman goes to Harrisburg.com. Mr. Coleman goes to Harrisburg.com. You can make a donation there. And you can also sign up for Jared's newsletter, which I do, which is outstanding. Just go to senatorcoleman.com/e-newsletters, senatorcoleman.com/e-newsletters, and you are good to go. So thank you all for being with us today. We got Jim Pfaff up here. We got a special guest, though, live. It's going to hang with us for a segment. My good friend, Veronica Steinkirchner from, is a Yinzer, Dan. So we brought another Yinzer on just for you, because I know you say, where are all the Yinzers, right? You're too far east of Pennsylvania. So we got Veronica with us, a former member of the Republican Committee of Allegheny County or something, RAC, which is now turned into a mega clown show. Hey, Veronica,
Oh, you
great to
said
have
it,
you with
not
us.
me.
It's a clown show, no doubt about it. Let's bring Jim Pfaff in. Jim, what's that song? Jokers to the right of me, clowns to the left. I'm stuck here in the middle. It's basically where we are. So we're going to bring Pfaff in here in a second. But I used to be in Pittsburgh, and I was a member of the what is it? RA? What is that thing called?
RCAC.
RCAC or
Republican Committee of
AC
Allegheny
Ducey
County.
or the thing is so corrupt from the top down. And but I did beat him. I did finish first when I ran for delegate. Swept the field to 9. Unfortunately, I had to beat Veronica. Sorry, Veronica, but I did come in first after they tried to get rid of me, keep me off the ballot, put me 8th on the ballot. That was a scam too, and I still crushed the field and came in first. I was out there campaigning with Veronica. That's how I got to know her. So, Veronica, tell us what's going on in Pittsburgh quickly.
Well, you're right. RCAC is a clown show. We're now electing our county chair. The problem is everyone didn't get on the ballot. Some little funny business with the petitions.
Shocker.
Yeah. So I guess the front runner is a hand-picked person that will continue the Cold Spark dynasty.
So I know that Pfaff, Jim Pfaff here is a chairman of the Conservative Caucus, chairman and president of the Conservative Caucus nationally. I know he knows who Cold Spark is. Like, I have no problem with them. I work with them on various campaigns. They're not bad people, but I mean, they run the Pittsburgh GOP. They basically run. This is what Phil Klein was just saying. We got consultants, Pfaff running the party. I mean, how do you win?
You know that I am totally against the consultant class. I'm not against consultants. I'm against the consultant class. And by the way, I was able to help the real people down in Washington County, just south of there, get my friend Governor Jeff Landry to speak to them. So I'm willing to work with people that like live in reality. Apparently, there are people that have a hard time doing that, and consultants that are not from your own area and know it well, they don't know reality. And we've got too much of that in the Republican Party. It doesn't help anything anywhere, to be candid. And, you know, consultants should go in and maybe give advice, but should also take advice because they don't know everything. You need to let the local people get done what needs to be done. And we have far too little of that. The Republican Party really sucks at it. And I'm tired of the consultant class. It's time for people to be able to live reality again. So that's
who's the new chairman of Washington County GOP after Sean?
I don't know. they had an election afterwards, but it was Sean that I was working with. So
Sean's a great guy. I'm going to try to be there because I like Jeff Landry. When is that? Do you have any idea when that is?
No. That happened a few months ago. But but I was just saying, I love working with people down there, and we connected with them. When Meyer and I are driving between DC and Indiana, we always drive through Washington County, and love that area. It's just that's real people.
That's right. You go right by my favorite casino, the Meadows, right? You go right by it. So, Veronica, I mean, the whole Pittsburgh thing is a complete disaster. You got communists running around there right and left. How does a consultant company gain control of a party? Like, how does that work?
Because all the precinct positions aren't filled, we're less than half. I think you're going to start seeing people drop out because they don't know that their voice doesn't count in running the party. And I always say when I go out and talk to committees, remember, as elected committeemen, you are the party. Remember that. But we got, the reverse, flip-flop. So I think we will have a lot of trouble going forward. We have Tony Guy running against DeLuzio, and we have a county executive, Sarah Inamorata, who is now pregnant, and she's pushing the longer pay for parents, which is going to really hurt the small businesses. But we can't shake it. I think we've increased the number of Republican voters. They just don't go. So we have to take them by the hand. Go to
because they don't do anything. When I first moved there, Jim Pfaff, when Ann and I first went to Pittsburgh, the first thing I did was reach out to I forget where I lived. Coriopolis, does that sound
Mm-hmm.
familiar? It was not like a suburb of Pittsburgh out by the airport, obviously, so we can, get to where we were going while Joe was in West Virginia. And first thing I did was reach out to the chairman of the local party, the Coriopolis GOP, called, sent emails, sent texts. I even sent a handwritten note to the address on there. Like 5 reaches, never got a call back, never got a response. And I'm just saying, hey, I just came in here, I want to join the party. And they never called me. Finally had to call the chairman, who's now works for Dave, and he had to get me in. I actually never had a conversation with her. I don't know who she is, Moon or something, or Moon Township. I don't know what it was. I never had a conversation with her. She never reached out to me one time. So then we joined. We had to get who was my friend there? That was my committee woman. She used to take care of Sammy, the nice young lady.
Oh yeah.
What's her name?
Oh gosh, I can't remember her name. I just saw her
come
Friday
in a
night.
second.
Yeah.
Nice young lady. But like they did everything to keep me out. All I want to do is help. Now I went through the same thing in the DC GOP. You try to join them, they don't want you because they're afraid you're going to actually do something. They don't want me to do anything. So it's a joke, Jim.
You're right. There are a lot of people that want to help and get involved, but they don't know how because the people that are there now don't want you in their little private club.
Exactly. So they don't want to grow the party, and that's why we're getting beat by the communist jihadists, Jim.
Well, listen, a lot of us, me chief among them, have been highly critical of the Republican Party too, and we've been disappointed by things that our leadership in Washington D.C. are doing. As particularly when you look at John Thune just totally blowing off the Save America Act, having to get pushed and prodded to do anything that regular people care about. And that frustration can bleed down into what would be otherwise useful grassroots work. But listen, you can't give it all up. You do have to get involved. I mean, I've been involved in politics for a long time, but I've served. I was chairman of the Douglas County, Colorado Republican Party for a time when I was there many years ago. When I grew up in Indianapolis, I was involved with the the ward system there and in the county party around Indianapolis. Listen, you have to just take the steps to do it. Figure out what you can do well, because not everybody's going into a leadership position. Go into a precinct position. There's so much reward if you're just willing to work it.
Yes.
Actually talk to people in your area, because you can do that in a precinct.
Yes.
And the more people that will do that, you would be amazed the change that can happen. I'm kind of thinking I need to, through conservative caucus, figure out how we can do sort of a shadow effort to help the Allegheny GOP now, because I knew it was in kind of bad position, but this is
Well,
just
it's a
really
joke,
crazy.
man. I was there. Now it's worse than ever, but I'm going to hook you up with Veronica because she doesn't want to be there anymore. She's done with the whole thing. But Veronica, that's what they want. They want you to leave.
Well,
They
know.
want to push you out,
But
just like they wanted to push me out.
There's nothing gratifying in doing it. So you say, I'm going to go elsewhere. I'll pick my candidate. I'll work for them. But that's not the way it's supposed to be.
Well, because they don't want to do anything, right?
Well, and listen, let me throw something in here. For anyone listening in Allegheny County that is as frustrated as we're talking about what we're talking about here, keep in mind, maybe you're not going to win Pittsburgh, like it's a Democrat area. There are a huge number of Republicans in Allegheny County. It makes a huge difference statewide. You are really going to determine who's going to be governor, who's going to be a U.S. senator. And, McCormick had to win a large number of votes in Allegheny County, amongst other places, just to be able to get to where he was finally able to get to. And we're all benefiting from that.
Mm-hmm.
So don't ever forget the positive. And by the way, state legislatively, too, there are a lot of potential Republican seats in Allegheny County and surrounding areas that you can have an effect on. And that makes a huge difference in a state that we could, if we put the work together, continue to hold. It may not be a bright red state in the future, as people in the consultant class have always said, Pennsylvania is Pittsburgh and Philadelphia surrounded by Alabama. Like, there's no doubt that solid people who know what America is about and care about it are in that state and can control it, at least as a light red state, going into the future. That's really what's at stake when you talk about doing what's right in Allegheny County and then telling the consultants to go screw themselves because we're going to take it over for ourselves.
Because they suck. That's the
They
problem.
suck.
And all they want to do is make money. I mean, so like
it's all about making money.
It's like
Listen,
what Klein said. They don't want to fund the grassroots like the communists do because they don't make any money. So it's of no value to them. They just want to make money. Period.
Having done a lot of consulting through the years, I can tell, and being a grassroots focus in what I do, there is no money in grassroots. The money is in putting together television ads, which only have a marginal effect if you can't get people motivated to go to the polls.
Right. You have to build the infrastructure, and then the ads help. But if you don't have the infrastructure and you don't have the movement, it doesn't do anything. And if you try to make that the baseline, you're going to lose. But, getting involved locally, I tell you what, the other thing is, because we cover this national stuff, it's refreshing and it's humbling. But it's a good thing. Like I'm here in War College in Pennsylvania. I'm Ward 2 chairman in D.C. So I get an email from somebody in my neighborhood, in my ward, who says, hey, here's my address. We have these rat trap things, that the rats go in and they can't come out, whatever that is, that they have, whatever it is for the rats. And he said, mine hasn't been changed in like months. And so rats are basically sitting on top of it, laughing their ass off. Can you do something about it? So like I'm in the War College, but it's humbling because then I got to find out where he lives and, spend time in the car, getting the address, calling up the owners of the place and say, hey, you got to change those rat traps out. We have an ordinance in DC. It's every 90 days. How long has it been? So, I mean, it has nothing to do with anything in the big picture, but it gets you connected with why you serve. Right? Because the guy's like, I got to get the rats are sitting on the trap basically laughing at me. So it's got to get refreshed.
Right. Yeah, it's personal gratification. You say, I helped this person, and they will remember that.
Yeah.
I'm happy that people that I sought to run for state committee, they did. They won. I recommended a young man to run for vice chair. I think he's going to win. He will add a lot to the county party. So that makes me feel good, even though I'm not there. And
you got to get re-involved.
Well, yeah. Well, I'll be behind the scenes and I'll push them along.
You look great, by the way.
Thank you.
I'm not going to ask. I haven't seen you since what was it? What was the campaign? 24, right?
24.
So what is this now? 26.
Yes.
So I haven't seen you in 2 years. It's good to be here.
Yeah, it's good to see you.
Jim Pfaff. The jihadists are taking over everything. How do we stop this trend?
Well, in part by doing the work that we were just talking about. So people do have to get involved on the ground. The biggest thing that I think Republicans have got to do, and Republicans in Washington, or at least Republican leadership in Washington, doesn't seem willing to do, is to keep reasserting what is beautiful about this country. I heard this Al Sayed guy, who's apparently going to be running against Mike Rogers in Michigan. They've got yet to determine that. Out there talking typical leftist gobbledygook related to race problems and the standard, the elites are destroying the real people type stuff. I mean, in other words, they're making this continued, 1619 project case that somehow we were founded on racism and that the elite class, have taken advantage of people in this country all the time. What we need, or from the beginning, what we need to do is assert the fact that there is no country in the world and in world history that has had opportunity churn through the culture the way the United States has. When you look at, and even though I think there are some real problems with corporatism right now, and some wealthy people get advantages from things like regulatory capture, their businesses have captured the regulatory environment in Washington, D.C. to benefit them against others. We do have some of that, and there's some things to fix. And Republicans need to get off their duffs and do it. Donald Trump is doing it. But when you look at what has happened with the wealthy people in this country. We have the greatest churn of wealth on an annual basis than any country in the Western world, much less the world at large. We have never had an inset elite class. When it comes to race, until Barack Obama made things worse in this country by stirring up the race issue and doing nothing to address properly the riots that, frankly, he helped encourage during his presidency, and all that has happened on that since. We are a country where racism is not a huge problem. It's only a problem in the minds of people who say something to make a political point. Every point that Democrats make is antithetical to reality. And we just have to keep showing where that is working. And there are many, many, many stories that we can tell. But one other thing is this, and this is the real concern I think people should be aware of. As you're noticing on the web right now, there is a propagation of these Democrat Socialist America videos / communists. And who are the people talking in these videos? It's almost exclusively people of Islamic origin who didn't grow up in this country, who are making these arguments and trying to push an ideology that is authoritarian, that has always played out in an authoritarian way. I also think, and one of the biggest examples of this is Rashida Tlaib, who recently talked about the overthrow of America. And I think that we need to tell our elected leaders in Washington, D.C., that if people are going to push for, as this Al Sayed guy said, getting rid of the U.S. Senate, or the overthrow of America, or the overthrow of the Constitution, all of these things are being explicitly and loudly discussed by these people right now. If anyone who's a member of Congress who's taken an oath to the Constitution promotes such things, they need to be expelled for violation of their oath.
Instead, they're running for the U.S. Instead, they're running for the U.S. Senate, and they're ahead in the polls. I mean, think about what you just said, right? You have a U.S. Senate candidate who was going to be the nominee in Michigan, right? Who was going to go up against Mike Rogers, who basically, the last poll I saw, he was like tied her head slightly, who was called for getting rid of prisons, no police, no borders, no constitution, and no U.S. Senate where he's being elected to serve.
Yeah,
this guy he wants to overthrow. He's not an American. He's an Islamist jihadist. He's ahead in the polls, and he's talking about the overthrowing of the entire U.S. constitutional system, including incarceration of people convicted for rape and murder. Just put them back out on the street. I mean, it's insane.
And then you had Mamdani talking about their rape statistics in New York, and his response to that wasn't to say, we need to really crack down on this. And that's my job as mayor. No, he talks about how it's a statistical problem. We've redefined what rape means. The insanity of these people is breathtaking. And we as Americans need to assert what
rape is up because we've lowered the definition of rape. The hell does that mean?
Yeah.
I mean, what? Like, you're either raped or you're not raped. Like, what is rape? What, you've now changed rape to somebody brushes your shoulder by mistake on the subway, and now you're defining that as rape? No, rape is sexual assault. I mean, and people buy into it. Yeah, well, it's a statistical thing.
Absolutely.
You wrap this up here, Veronica. Where the hell are we going with this?
The Republicans can't get the message across. If people can sit there and listen to the communists or the socialists, why does that sound good to them? They never lived like that, and that's not what we're here for. But somehow we're not making them feel the pain for them to move forward and do something about it.
Veronica Stein-Kirster, thank you. Good to see you, Veronica.
Good to see you too.
Last time I saw her, 2024. Were you at the convention in Cleveland? No, I saw you in the campaign trail. Veronica, thanks for being with us. Jim Pfaff, always a pleasure, Jim. My love and best to your wife, Myra. We'll catch up soon. Jim, are you going to the convention in Dallas?
Yes, we're working out how we can do that. So absolutely, we'll be talking.
My chairman has refused to invite me or Ann to go, even though I'm an elected official, because actually I'm trying to like solve the rat problem and stuff, so I can't go. So I have to go through Virginia and Jim Ryer, the new chairman. Now, how stupid is that?
Totally stupid. Totally stupid.
Ryer's got to let me go with the Virginia delegation. You can't
That's
make
crazy.
this stuff up. You can't make this stuff up. I'm an elected official, and he won't invite us. So we got to go with Virginia. Unbelievable. Thanks, Jim. We'll be right back. Morgan Griffith next. It's good to
As
see
long as
you.
you get there. That's all that matters, right?
Oh, God, it's hilarious. You cannot make this shit up.
Fredericks killing at least 7 troops. Adding further
Good to
pressure
see
on
you. You
Iran,
look
the
great.
U.S. Treasury Department issuing fresh sanctions against Iran. A call for more protection amid dangerous times for judges around the country. Bob Agnew has more.
Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett has told lawmakers that a sharp increase in threats targeting her and other justices is increasingly encroaching on their personal and family lives. Barrett, along with liberal Justice Elena Kagan, testified to Congress on Tuesday, a rare event for members of the High Court. With violence and intimidation on the rise nationwide, the justices are seeking millions of dollars to enhance security to help keep judges safe across the country. Bob Agnew reporting.
In health news, Michigan officials eyeing lettuce as a possible cause to a large cyclospora outbreak. Correspondent Lisa Dwyer.
2026 is already the nation's worst year for reported cases. More than 30 states have reported infections. Michigan has more than 3,300 cases. Officials there say early information points to lettuce or salad greens as a possible culprit. Michigan officials advise consumers to buy whole heads of lettuce, discard the outer layers, and thoroughly wash what's left. They also suggest avoiding bagged lettuce and pre-mixed salad kits. Cyclospora is a microscopic parasite that commonly causes watery diarrhea. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
Heavy downpours in South Texas washed out highways and stranded motorists Tuesday. Forecasters warned that a threat of more severe weather could bring dangerous flooding. Governor Greg Abbott declared a disaster. More from townhall.com.
Hi, I'm Kirk Cameron. Christian Healthcare Ministries is not another health insurance policy. If you're tired of year-long contracts and pointless restrictions, CHM offers anytime enrollment on your schedule and at your convenience. With CHM, you're paying half the cost of a traditional health insurance plan. So that puts more money back into your budget for everyday needs. Plus, you'll have access to CHM's care solutions for virtual appointments, prescription savings, surgery support, and more. My family and I joined in 2018, and it's changed our lives for the better. We love paying way less while helping other believers afford their medical bills. Take the leap of faith and see why Christians across the nation are better with CHM.
Get started by calling 1-833-JOIN-CHM and use promo code WELLNESS for a 50% credit towards your first month. That's 1-833-JOIN-CHM and use promo code WELLNESS.
New York State says no to data centers.
New York is blocking new large data centers that fuel artificial intelligence for up to a year to protect the environment and energy grid. Governor Kathy Hochul signed an executive order Tuesday for the country's first statewide moratorium on hyperscale data centers. These facilities require massive amounts of energy and water to cool thousands of servers. The governor's order pauses state permitting and directs regulators to create standards addressing environmental impacts and energy demand. Tech companies argue this could hurt job growth and cede ground to China and AI development. Keith Peters reporting.
A Tyrannosaurus Rex fossil build is one of the world's largest and most complete specimens, was sold for a record $50.1 million to a mystery bidder. The fossil discovered in 2021 on a ranch in South Dakota. News at townhall.com. Well, this has to be a little embarrassing or maybe extremely humiliating, but at least he didn't get tossed into the slammer. The governor of Nevada pulled over for a traffic violation.
In video from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
Sergeant Chaga, Metro Police. The reason I'm stopping you is for the, I'm aware, for the red light violation back there. So you're good to go, sir. Appreciate you. Have a good day.
The governor immediately identified himself as Lombardo, and the interaction with the police officer who stopped him lasted about 15 seconds. The governor's campaign says he was stopped briefly over a question about whether he had come to a full stop before turning right on red. The president of a police union that endorsed the governor says it's common practice to let a driver go without a citation. I'm Haya Panjwani.
Semifinal World Cup action today. Argentina and England played in Atlanta. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code GODZILLA for free activation.
Trouble getting to sleep and staying asleep is infuriating. Your mind races, you toss and turn. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created REM sleep to help you quickly fall asleep, stay asleep, and sleep deep. Unlike other supplements that don't work, REM sleep is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra-absorption of science-backed ingredients supporting all 4 stages of sleep. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. Healthycell.com. Code GODZILLA.
For the first time ever, we're bringing you My Pillow mattresses and mattress toppers for as low as $99.98. Remember, sleep's all about temperature and pressure points. Whatever sleep needs you have, we have the right technology for you. Like our My Pillow mattress topper, our queen size has over 10,000 individual comfort supports to help relieve your pressure points. And how about our 3-inch Hybrid Plus mattress topper? It's infused with copper and silver to help your body get the restorative sleep it needs. And our My Pillow and Case Coil mattresses, I personally helped develop these mattresses to make sure they have everything needed to give us great sleep. Plus, they're made right here in the USA, and they ship right to your front door, absolutely free.
Go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code GODZILLA to get MyPillow mattresses and toppers for as low as $99.98 and free shipping.
Ponder this. Have you ever been so hungry that not only is your stomach growling, but you become lightheaded and shaky? Your blood sugar has hit an all-time low. It seems that when this occurs, no amount of food can satisfy this type of hunger. When hunger reaches this level, your normally nice personality may become agitated, impatient, or even angry. You need food and you need it fast. Did you know that our souls need daily nourishment as well? A hungry soul might be inclined to give into temptations and commit sin without a care about its eternal destiny. When we let our souls grow hungry, we must feed them with prayers, recollection, and sacred scripture. Catholics in the state of grace have the additional benefit of access to feeding our souls with a heavenly food. Only in the Catholic Church is Jesus truly present in every worthy reception of Holy Communion. He is the bread of life. His words, "Come and see." I'm Susie Kelly and I am passionately Catholic.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Later on, at summer's close, the crack of bats where heroes rose. We cheered at games beneath the sky, remembering those who sacrificed. Oh, the greatest blessing in this land. We raise our voices clear and bold, a story that will not grow.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who trucks the truth from coast to coast, John Fredericks.
Hey, it's great to have you with us. As always, we're live at the War College in Carlisle, Pennsylvania, the Pennsylvania Defense and Innovation Summit, hosted by Senator Dave McCormick. We're going to be carrying most of this live after we get off the air. We're going to be off the air at 10 at, I think, Mike, at 10:15 to 10:40. We've got the intersection of foreign policy and American prosperity with Honorable Kelly Loeffler. Ambassador Mike Waltz is going to be there, and then we're going to go on from there. We've got many guest speakers coming in, so we're going to be carrying that live. Then at 12 o'clock, right here, we're going to get back on the air with Veteran Administration Cabinet Secretary Doug Collins is going to be with us. And then right after that, at 12:30 live, will be SBA Administrator, Cabinet level position Kelly Loeffler will be with us. And then we'll go right back to the War College. So many great speakers here. And then we're going to go to President Trump. Mike, about 3:30, right? Somewhere in there? 2:30, which means 3 o'clock at the earliest, right? If you follow President Trump around, they're always a little bit behind. But we'll see how that goes, and we're looking forward to that. Meantime, we've got Morgan Griffith coming up, and live here at the Defense Summit, which has been absolutely unbelievable. Want to thank our sponsors, Senator Dave McCormick. Want to thank Pace-O-Matic and our friend Mike Barley, Congressman Dan Muser, 9th District, colleague of Morgan's, also one of our sponsors. Thank you, Dan. And State Senator Jared Coleman, Pennsylvania's 16th District. And you're good to go. And you can follow Jared. Just go to Mr. Coleman goes to Harrisburg.com. Mr. Coleman goes to Harrisburg.com. Dan Muser, it's real simple. Muser with an E, muser.house.gov. Joining me now, speaking to Congressman by phone, Congressman Morgan Griffith. Congressman, thanks for being with us.
Good to be with you. Good to be with you this morning.
Have you ever been out here to the War College in Carlisle, PA?
I have not. I've been through Carlisle on many occasions. You know, it's a straight shot from Salem up to Carlisle. It's about 3.5, 4 hours up 81.
Right. It's fascinating. I really, you kind of heard about it, but until you get here and you see the depth of this thing, I mean, it's pretty high tech. And I have to say that just aside, has nothing to do with our conversation. But Mike Coleman, have you ever seen internet speeds this fast in the history of the world? This has got to be the greatest internet system I've ever seen. Like, whenever we come in, this is Inside Baseball, Congressman, we do, a speed test just to be sure we're going to get online. Basically, we need about 100 up. That's basically the speed we need, so there's no glitches in it. This thing registered 1,000 and it went off like it stopped, like the needle stopped going after 1,000. So I don't know what they're dialed into here, but there's no shortage of satellite connections going on here at the War College. But all these CEOs here, Morgan, it's been a pretty good thing. But look, speaking of CEOs and defense, let's just get to Iran. Straits open, oil flowing through. What, in your mind, President Trump's got, 60 days? And because he's reinitiated bombings or whatever he's doing, he's only got 60 days before he's got to get you guys authorization. Democrats are saying they're going to tank the defense bill. Give us an update.
Well, I mean, I think we can get it put together on the defense bill. It's perplexing the Democrats would want to tank the whole thing. I mean, it's got some issues, and there are things I've got amendments in, and other people have amendments in. But let's debate them and then realize that we need to move on. But that said, the president's got 60 days. Interestingly, because of the August recess, and I have long advocated that everybody needs some time off. I get that. But we don't need to be taking, 5 or 6 weeks. And while we're not off, we're working in our districts. We're not in D.C. So here's the dilemma the Democrats have. The president's got the 60 days, but Congress is supposed to hold him accountable. But guess what? We probably won't be here. Because if the clock has already started ticking, we won't be back before that clock runs out. So the president's got a little more than 60 days if I'm counting it the way I think the president's probably counting it, and probably looking at it, if the Democrats are saying it's already started, the 60-day clock has already started, then, he's going to have some issues. So I think we should be coming back in August. I think it has to be planned out a year in advance. And I wish that leadership would just say, next August, we're going to do 2 weeks in the middle of August, we're going to be in D.C. And it's that simple. But anyway. But that's where we're at right now.
Basically, he's got from now until you guys convene in November.
Well, September. We come back in September. For a couple of weeks.
All right. So he's got from now until
we come back in September for a couple of weeks, and then we're out the whole month of October, right?
Yeah. So he's got basically he doesn't have 60 days. He got about 80, 70, 75 days.
Yep.
To go back, and the thing might be over by then.
Yeah. I would hope so. The initial strikes were in hopes of getting them to get rid of their enriched uranium. That hasn't happened yet. I agree with the president's strategies, but the Iranians are just stubborn, and they hate us, and they have hated us for 40 years, which is why I have no problem with what the president has done and his strategies. But unfortunately, unless we wanted to send troops in on the ground, and the president has said he doesn't want to do that, and I agree with that, because it would be difficult. It's going to be very difficult to get that uranium out of there, but we can make the area around where they have the uranium stored unusable to the Iranians, and make it so that even if they've got some enriched uranium, they can't do much with it because everything around it's bombed out.
It's crazy. What do you think of the Strait now? I mean, it was kind of the art of the deal. He said there's going to be a fee. He knew there wasn't going to be a fee. So then he said, well, I got KSA, UAE, and Qatar, who's, basically funding the Muslim Brotherhood. A lot of people believe that. We have no direct evidence of it, but there's, a lot of people say that. I'm not really sure. So one way or the other, but he said, well, we got these major commitments for them to invest more money, which are going to create jobs in the U.S. Yay. So was that bait and switch? Was that the art of the deal? Because that switched in 24 hours. What was your assessment of that, Morgan?
Yeah, I think this was all part of the plan. What the president originally proposed was probably not legal, difficult to enforce, but certainly it had some legal questions in international law. And then Eureka, he's come up with a different idea and a different plan. Right. I think this is all part of the president's genius, and it's so hard for the Democrats to follow that. But it's just the way he operates is that, look over here, wait, here's a deal we got right here. So, on the one hand, he's offering something up that you go, well, that can't be working. And then the next thing you know, he's got a deal on the right hand.
Right. So he just leveraged one to the other. It's called the art of the deal. That's obviously what the president did. But look, you have to take him at face value, right? You can't get ahead of him and say, well, this is just a ploy, because then it isn't. So you got to say, okay, well, there's going to be a fee, and fee makes sense. We got to pay for all this stuff. So where do we go from here? Straits are open. I mean, this idea that, Iran now can close the straits by shooting a missile, not going to happen. We have safe passage. Our ships are there. Why don't we just take this thing over, lock, stock, and barrel, and be done with it for life? It's
a huge amount of territory. we talk about it as the Straits of Hormuz, but and it sounds like it's pretty small. The coastline along there is, if I remember hearing this data correctly, it's something close to the coastline of California. And so I don't think that it's practical to say that, we can eliminate any rogue member of the Iranian military from doing something, or that, it's that we can take it over and be done with it. I think that's too much territory for us to have to monitor on a daily basis. What we hope to do is to get it stable, recognize that, we can use some different paths, recognize that we can use partners to keep the straits open and do what we need to do to make sure it stays open. And if the Iranians act out, or there's a rogue person in their military that does something, then we have to hit them, and we have to hit them hard and make them understand that every time, you reach out with something, we're going to come back with 3 or 4 times that amount.
So, what's the long-term plan in your mind? Because President again said,
I think unfortunately that is the long-term plan. Is that we have to make sure they understand that if they do something wrong, they're going to pay a price. I mean, I'm reminded of a historical story. There was a John Singleton Mosby, a Confederate officer, had some of his men captured by the Union counterpart, who was, I'm sorry, it's been a tiring week for me, the guy who lost at the Battle of Little Bighorn. And he actually hung 4 of Mosby's men who were behind enemy lines, but they were in full uniform. They were not spies, but he hung them as spies. So Mosby then captured 8 of his men, hung them, had them drawn and quartered, and sent them back with all the body parts mixed up. I mean, it's gruesome, and wrapped in brown meat wrapping paper with a note on it that said to
Custer.
Thank you. To Custer, for every man of mine you capture in uniform and hang, this is how I'll return 2 of yours. Custer never touched another one of his men who was behind enemy lines but in uniform. Never touched them again. And that's what we have to make clear to the Iranians. We can't stop you from taking one of ours every now and then, but you're going to pay a heavy price, and you're not going to like it.
I mean, it's a gruesome story of the Civil War, but it's true, and it was a deterrent. And you're right. Custer never did that again. And Custer, you go to Civil War history, there's so many things violated on both sides. It was so horrible.
Yes.
It's just so horrible. If you really understand the history of it, many things that we just don't want to even confront. It was pretty nasty stuff. But that is a great example. And hopefully we can do that. In the meantime, you got to keep these straits open, keep this oil flowing, which really has nothing to do with us because we're getting the oil. Okay, what the defense bill that the Democrats say they're going to tank because of Iran? You said you're pretty confident you guys are going to get that through. Explain that.
Well, and here's what happens. There is a provision that I have always wanted to get into the National Defense Authorization Act, and the House has been putting it in, and I think we'll get it in. But I don't vote for it if that provision is not in there because I think it's a little glitch. It's unconstitutional. That said, if leadership comes to me and they say the Democrats have threatened to take the whole thing down, we need your vote. Am I going to stop funding the military? No. I mean, I hate to say it, and I probably shouldn't say it out loud, but the truth of the matter is that I don't like it. Normally what happens when the thing comes back from the Senate, there's plenty of Democrat votes, and I vote no because I'm voting my conscience. That said, it's a 1,700-page bill, and I don't like one page. In the end, I have to weigh out the totality of the circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
I'll put down my marker, but I won't put it down to the detriment of the United States military.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that you will find a lot of Republicans will feel the same way. They may not be happy. They may grumble. They may have things in there that they don't like,
mm-hmm.
as often happens when you get a bill that big. But we're not going to strangle the defenses of the United States. think that you will see the Republicans will come back around and we'll be able to get.
So is
still got to be
the
some legitimate debate and still have to have some changes. This Section 219, I don't think it's as bad as some of the folks think it is. But the truth of the matter is it's called a fever, and it's going to have to be changed.
Well,
I'm sorry?
Explain Section 219.
That's the one that talks about integrating U.S. and Israeli forces, and it's mostly for technological reasons. But the wording could be interpreted improperly. People have interpreted it that way and thinking that it means that, we're going to be subjugated to Israeli officers giving American military soldiers orders. I don't think it's what it says, but it's called a fever, and it's a significant enough fever, I think, that we're going to have to change that before the bill comes back to the floor or allow an amendment on it. I just believe that's what we got to do, because sometimes when you can't explain it and it looks bad, you just have to change it and rearrange it and say we want to share, we want to have a greater collaboration in sharing information related to things like Iron Dome and missile defense. That's it, and then integrate on missile defense in the Middle East. Make it a little clearer. I think you'd be fine.
I know that I'm in Pennsylvania here, obviously at the War College for the Defense Summit for Senator McCormick. A lot of my colleagues are in Washington, D.C., lobbying you right now through the NAB, which is the National Association of Broadcasters. And one of the things we wanted to do was legitimately is get the AM radio in every car bill inside the defense budget bill, saying that this is a matter of national security because it's the only way to communicate if towers go down. That's true. Have you heard anything about that? Is that bill ever going to get in there?
Wow, I would certainly hope so. I still don't understand what the holdup is. As you know, I'm a big supporter. However we can get it, wherever we can get it, we ought to. But there is a holdup somewhere, and I'm not sure exactly where it is that has kept that from becoming law.
It's Scalise. Scalise. Why? Because he's getting money from GM. Bingo. That's it. I mean, that's the problem. You've been there a long time. When the money's flowing and one person can just stop a bill, they just throw it in the drawer. and then somebody's got to jettison it out of there. I mean, it's been going on for 5 years. It's ridiculous. And now basically the car manufacturers, Ford, GM, has said, screw it. First they said, okay, don't do the bill. We're going to make a deal and comply on our own. It's all good. Rand Paul's right. We don't need to be told what to do. We're going to do the right thing, right? Soon as they see the bill's not going to pass, they start taking out of the cars to save money, okay? Because they're liars, right? They just lie to us. And so this thing is critical. And in 5 years, we can't get this thing to the floor. It is unbelievable. We got 300 co-sponsors in the House, 70 in the Senate, 70. How do you get 70 people in the Senate to sponsor anything, right? And you can't get it. You can't get it. It gets out of committee, and then Scalise squashes it. It just sits there. Thanks, Steve. Whatever. It's just frustrating. We got to get this thing out of the Senate and passed ASAP. Okay, inflation down. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think that's great, particularly in light of all the circumstances related to what's going on in the Middle East. The fact that inflation is down is a real credit to the policies of the president because, you would expect them to be continuing to go up. I'd like to get them down some more. I'd love to see gas prices come down some more. But, but we're making progress, and that's what matters. And, what's amazing is the Democrats are harping on this every single time we go into the Rules Committee. They say, oh, these bills don't deal with, helping American families by lowering prices, but we're lowering the inflation rate. Doesn't lower the price today, but it will down the road. But in the 4 years of the Biden-Harris administration, they didn't care one whit about getting inflation under control. They just spent more money, did these projects that, that they put big titles on and said it was going to do amazing things. And they spent a lot of money that was one-time deals instead of actually changing our infrastructure or changing the way we do things. And that's just not the way that Trump operates. And I'm very pleased with most of the things that I'm seeing. that they're doing, if we're spending money, it's for long-term systemic changes, not one-time deals that, here today, gone in a year, but your inflation remains. And so I'm glad we're getting inflation down. We need to work a little bit harder on it. But it never happened during Biden-Harris, but now the Democrats would have you believe that they're, anti-inflation warriors. No, they're not. They showed their colors when they had control, and they spent money like, I used to say drunken sailors, but then a sailor told me it was insulting. So, like people who have no idea how to spend money, which is exactly what the Democrats are. They're socialists, if not communists, and they just spend, and they want, to take everybody's money and give it away on projects that won't last and won't make a difference in the long term.
Absolutely correct, 100%. It was transitory. Remember how many times Janet Yellen got on TV, the former Treasury Secretary, and said it was transitory? Remember that? And gas prices were $5, and that was transitory. And you didn't hear a peep out of the fake news. You didn't hear a peep out of the Democrats. You didn't hear anything from, MSNBC or CNN. Nobody said a word. Now, all of a sudden, prices go down, right? And we had a great June, inflation arrested, under control. And the fake news' response is, well, prices are still too high. Well, of course they were, because you're the ones that rose them to record levels. I mean, it's just unbelievable. I don't know how we get through this. The lies that come out of the fake news on a daily basis is just incredible, Morgan. It's nuts. All right, what's your give us an update on the SAVE Act, and then we'll go.
We're still fighting for it, and hopefully we can get something done. And we think we're sending something over this week that will put the Senate into a position where they either have to say yes or no. We're hopeful.
I prefer yes. No.
I do too.
I think,
but anything's better than hiding behind the curtain and saying we can't do anything, which is what the Senate's doing.
You're right about that. I think Lindsey Graham's sister, is going to vote to get the SAVE Act in and get rid of the parliamentarian. That was what I heard. Of course, I hear
certainly
all kinds of things, but that's what
I certainly hope that they get rid of the filibuster, but most importantly that they get the SAVE Act across the finish line.
All right, let's go. Morgan, thanks for being with us. You can follow Morgan
As
Griffith.
always.
It's really easy. Griffith.house.gov. Griffith.house.gov. You can follow him there. Plus, he's got one of the best newsletters that comes out. I actually read it every time it comes out. I look forward to it. One of the best. You can sign up there for his newsletter. You can get it right to your inbox. And he's going to tell you what's going on. Right? Great communicator. Morgan, thank you. Thanks for being with us today.
Thank you.
We're going to be right back. RNC coming up next at the War College, Carlisle, PA. Stay with us.
The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Van Hillary has fought for America before, and he's ready to do it again. As an Air Force navigator in Desert Storm, Van's mission was simple: chart the course, stay on mission. When he came home to Tennessee, he won an election nobody thought a Republican could win. Then he did it again and again. For almost a decade, America First conservative Van Hillary has fought the radical left, stood with President Trump, and never folded, securing our border, cutting taxes, and bringing jobs to Tennessee.
Radical Democrats are trying to hijack our country. President Trump needs a conservative fighter who knows how to win. I'll keep fighting to help President Trump finish what he started, keeping our border secure, growing our economy, and destroying the woke agenda. I'm Van Hillary, and I approve this message because I'm standing with President Trump to get America back on mission.
America First conservative Van Hillary. He's never folded, and he never will. Paid for by Van for Tennessee.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking, free. General admission, free. Memories, priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Solti. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Solti for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Solti. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
Pennsylvania's big casinos want it all. Your money, your games, your choice. They rake in millions, then lobby Harrisburg to shut down the small businesses that dare to compete. Bars, VFWs, local spots, crushed so the casino giants can get even richer. They want to rig the system against you, but Pesomatic is fighting back. Skill games, fair play, real competition. No monopolies, no backroom deals. Just your right to play and win. Call Harrisburg now. Stand with small business. Stand with Pesomatic. Pesomatic, leveling the playing field. Paid for by Pesomatic.
That's how I feel. Damn sick and tired of getting out rebounded. 25 offensive rebounds. First time we block out, we get called for a damn block out. We're pushing people. Meanwhile, they're on the other court grabbing rebounds, going over the top and grabbing them. We get one offensive rebound, the other get called for over the back. We don't block out very damn well, and we're not getting called, one or the other. That's where I'm frustrated. That's where my whole frustration comes in, offensive rebounds. The entire thing came down to offensive rebound. They got every stinking offensive rebound, and we didn't get one of them. What else do you want to know?
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Well, it's great to have you back at the War College in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. President Trump is allegedly going to be speaking here at 2:30. I would say more like 3 o'clock. Got a great show for you coming up in a few moments. Our friend Ali at the RNC is going to be with us on election integrity. We got callers, 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. Do not want to miss that. Then special show, 12 o'clock to 1, 12 o'clock, VA Secretary of the Veterans Administration, former Congressman Doug Collins is going to be with us. And then we've got also Kelly Loeffler. He's going to be here live in our little makeshift studio right here at the War College. This is pretty cool digs they got for us. And we're going to be looking forward to that. Plus, we're going to be bringing you a lot of the coverage here live on our network at the War College. Some of the speakers will be run across our network starting at after me at 1 p.m. President Trump speaking sometime 2:30 to 3, depending on when he gets here and they get things set up. So we're looking forward to that. This segment and all our segments today at the War College brought to you by Senator, U.S. Pennsylvania Senator Dave McCormick. Dave, we thank you for putting this together, trying to double the number of private sector defense jobs in Pennsylvania from 190,000 to 400,000. Good job, Dave. Tremendous event the Senator has done. Shout out to Katie Montgomery, his communications director, who's been phenomenal. Also want to thank Pesomatic and Mike Barley for being a sponsor here in Pennsylvania. Congressman Dan Muser, thank you, Dan. Go to muser.house.gov, muser.house.gov. Conservative fighting for us every day. And State Senator Jared Coleman, Pennsylvania's 16th district. And don't forget, Jared's in a tough race. Anything you can do to help him get involved and give a campaign contribution representing Lehigh and Bucks counties. And all you got to do is go to the one of my favorite websites ever, Mr. Coleman goes to Harrisburg.com. That's Mr. Coleman goes to Harrisburg.com. Just typing that in, you're going to laugh your butt off. I love that. Mr. Coleman goes to Harrisburg.com. So we want to thank our sponsors for that. All great. Thank you, guys. And let's get to the phone lines. Let's get to Dave in Arizona. Dave, you're live.
Good morning, Godzilla. Appreciate you taking the call, sir. So I thought the appointment of Darlene Graham to the Senate, I understand the widow succession process, but it does I think it's revelatory that Senate is really just a joke, isn't it? I mean, we just pull some lady off the street because she was raised by her brother after their parents died when she was 13 and he was 19. I mean, it's a totally unserious institution now, is it not?
I was not in favor of her being appointed to the Senate, as I made clear 2 days ago.
Yeah, I think that they're rubbing it in our face now. I mean, I know the old adage, I'd rather be ruled by the first 100 names in the phone book than 100 politicians. So it's, it kind of flies in the face of that adage. But it is just truly a totally unserious adventure now.
I agree with that. I thought the appointment when the country's hanging by a thread was kind of beyond the pale. I certainly understand the respects that want to be shown to Senator Graham and his family. I get that, but I'm not in favor of. I mean, the country's hanging by a thread, and we need somebody that we know is going to get in there right now. They're going to fight. They're going to fight for Trump. They're going to fight for the SAVE Act. They're going to fight for election integrity. They're going to fight to get rid of the parliamentarian. They're going to fight to get rid of the filibuster. Maybe Miss Darlene will do that. Maybe not. I have no idea. I know that Pam Evitt would have done that. I know that other people there would have done that. I know that. And I guess one of the things is that he didn't want to give Pam or anybody else a head start in the election, which is going to be August 11th. So I get that. I guess that was kind of the thinking, just do a caretaker till we have an election. I think that was the thinking. I don't agree with it because I want to play to win. And so Pam Evitt to me was the best choice. She's fought for us. She's a diehard. You can't bend her. And so, yeah, give her the advantage. So what? Let her win that seat and maybe get up there and actually get something done. Instead, we got to, wait till January. Nothing against Darlene. I'm sure she's a wonderful lady, and I'm sorry about Mr. Graham. But I agree with you 100%. It's a joke.
Here's my point. This is what I brought up to you first the last day of June. Why is Vice President Vance, who is also Senate President, not stepping in the gap? I mean, he's a guy from the Ohio River Valley like me. He's a fighter. He enlisted at age 17 in the Marine Corps. I think that he has courage, probably that I've never even thought of having. But where is he? Why is he not marching over to the Senate and telling John Thune, hey, by the way, you're one of 99 now, because we don't know where Mitch McChina is. You're one of 99 senators. I'm going to fire the parliamentarian. I'm going to take us out of regular order, which you do every time you pass a CR. You've been doing it for 30 years. We're going to call up the SAVE Act, and we're going to move forward, right? We've got stuff to do. Like you said, the republic is hanging in the balance. This institutional rot has been with us not for years nor decades, but generations. And I think we have one chance to thwart this and start turning the ship around. And it's a nearly Herculean effort that President Trump has to do seemingly by himself. So where's his running mate? VP Vance, step into the gap. So if everybody wants to light up the switchboard at the White House, 202-456-1111. We need VP Vance as president of the Senate to do what needs to be done. Let's go. We're burning daylight. Thank you, Godzilla.
Dave, I agree with you. I don't think, I think you're right. I think the appointment of Darlene, where I really get it. I mean, I really get what they wanted to do, the tribute. But, you know, if you got a big majority and things are going well, fine. When you've got jihadists winning elections 2-1, and basically they want to overthrow America, and they've said that, they want to dissolve the Constitution, and they've said that, and we can't get voter integrity, and they said that, and they steal elections in front of our nose, and we can't get anything done. It's an unserious move. You're correct. Unserious. And the institution is a joke. And all this does is confirm what we've been saying the whole time. Basically it's a clown car with a bunch of old men in there that don't do anything. Now, the Democrats, they do things because they're communists and they want to get things done. We do nothing. Why isn't Vance there? I don't know, dude. Dave, I don't know. I don't know half the time what the hell they're doing. I have no idea. So on that, you're right. So thank you, Dave. Thank you. Thank you for the call. And we're going to put this up. Caller Dave, JFNM, who says, where is Mitch McChina? Dude, that's funny. We're going to put that up. Mitch McChina. Oh, man, it's like Weekend at Bernie's. Like, where is Mitch? You know where he is? Scott Jennings said he talked to him, but we have no record of it. Was it AI? Oh, my goodness. All in the day's work, right? Okay, let's get to our next guest. She was a little behind here, but you know what? It's okay. Ali Trillo is with us. Ali is at the Republican National Committee. She's the Election Integrity Communications Director. Ali, just so you know, I'm live in Carlisle, Pennsylvania today at the Pennsylvania Defense and Innovation Summit, with hosted by Pennsylvania Republican Senator Dave McCormick. Good to have you with us, Ali.
Hey, John, thanks for being patient with me. It's good to be here.
You know what? You're worth the wait, right?
Thank you.
Good things. You know, my wife has said to me for years, I've been married 3 decades plus. She's got a couple favorite lines. Here's one of them. She said, John, she says this all the time. Good things happen to people who wait.
That's true. Patience is a virtue.
No, she doesn't say that. She says good things happen to people who wait. You know what? There's good with the bad. The other thing she's been saying to me for years is when I leave, you know, say, hey, I'll be out of town for a week, you know, kiss goodbye. She says, absence makes the heart grow fonder. And I always took that as a compliment for years. My older kids didn't think anything of it. Finally, the little guy says, Dad, you realize that's not a compliment, right? Like, sure it is. He says, no, Dad, it's not. You got it backwards. Like when she says that, she wants you to go because like you're driving her nuts. Like you just don't get it. So some of these things they say, you know, could get flipped over. I just had a caller, Dave from Arizona. Tell us about your lawsuit in Arizona. It's going to be taken up by SCOTUS. Explain that, Ali Trillo.
Absolutely. As we know, we are talking about securing our elections, and we are extremely excited to have our proof of citizenship to vote case go before the Supreme Court next term. That will be happening in October. Basically, what we're doing is we are defending Arizona's proof of citizenship right to vote. They have this law in Arizona. We have been defending it. It has been attacked over and over again by the left. And now the Supreme Court will hear if this is a legal and possible, law. And obviously this is common sense. So we know that we are hopeful about this case.
What are the ramifications of it? Is it just Arizona? What does it mean if you get a favorable ruling from the Supreme Court? What does it mean, Ali?
Well, similar to what you and I have been talking about with our mail-in ballot case, if we hear this before the Supreme Court, there could be national implications that could lead to more proof of citizenship requirements. But again, we have to see how the Supreme Court rules on this decision. But of course, we are hopeful that proof of citizenship to vote is a common sense policy that we will see nationally in every state. That is why it is so vital we pass the Save America Act, which also includes that. It includes photo ID. These are common sense measures to protect the ballot box. And of course, here at the RNC, we want to see as many of those enacted into law as possible.
Sounds good, except when SCOTUS in a 5-4 decision because of the Coney Barrett Roberts access, which it basically is, you got two people deciding everything now, basically says election day can go on in perpetuity until all the mail-in ballots come in. I know it could be a month, a year, 6 months, right? So they didn't rule favorably on that. What gives you the confidence this will be different?
Well, you know what? We have to keep fighting. It is our duty. It is our duty to our voters and to our country that we keep trying to defend the ballot box. So even though that decision wasn't what we wanted, look, we made it. We made it to the Supreme Court. People are paying attention. We have other ways that we can enact security measures around mail-in ballots. And I keep coming back to the Save America Act because Congress can act to protect our elections. And that is what we're fighting for. We have 160 cases right now in 36 states, all focused on election integrity, defending the ballot box, supporting states that have common sense legislation like Arizona that we're going to see being taken up by the Supreme Court. So we'll keep fighting. Our position on Election Day hasn't changed, and we'll continue to explore every avenue to defend that.
Listen, Allie, I get what you're saying. You guys have got to fight this and bring it to the Supreme Court. And then you got to make your case in front of them. You can't predict how they're going to rule, but you got to bring it in front of them. And this, to me, I agree with you. This is the biggest no-brainer in history. You got to, to vote in the country, you should be a citizen, right? That's basically the basic right. You should be a citizen, which means you should have some proof of citizenship. So you guys.
And here's what gives me hope, John. I just want to add in, before election integrity was really this main arm at the RNC, we have dedicated our time and our resources for years under multiple chairmen and chairwomen to build out the infrastructure of our election integrity operation. And something that is positive is election integrity is mainstream. We have multiple cases that are going before the Supreme Court that are legitimate enough to be heard by the highest court in the land. Mm-hmm. And that shows me that Americans want this, that people are paying attention. And I think the more that we continue to wage warfare across the country, the more we'll see people get fired up and want to see us win and want to see the ballot box secured. So this is a positive in our opinion. And again, we will keep fighting and will not stop.
Well, look at how many illegal voters now that Harmeet Dilling is starting to prosecute, like the Democrats saying, oh, there's only a voter here, a voter there. I mean, she's finding hundreds of them coming out of the woodwork.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And I think we talked about this last time, but we just partnered with the New Jersey GOP, and through a loophole in their system, they have hundreds of non-citizens on their voter rolls, and they even have these non-citizens asking to be removed so that they can find a path to citizenship. We have proof they're voting in elections. Just a couple of weeks ago, there were some news headlines about an Australian non-resident that was voting in multiple elections. One too many non-citizens voting in American elections is one too many. This is happening, and Democrats want to continue to gaslight the American people, tell them this isn't happening. We have the proof, and we have to do something about it.
So where are we in the SAVE Act? We're with Ali Trillo. She is the spokesperson at RNC for election integrity. Where are we in the SAVE Act now?
Look, President Trump has made it extremely clear. The Save America Act needs to get passed. It was passed in the House. Now we are looking to get it over the finish line in the Senate. And our job here at the RNC is continuing to draw attention to why this legislation is so important, specifically with our loss on our Watson case, our mail-in ballot case. We lost that in the Supreme Court, but there is still time to impose regulation around our mail-in ballots and security measures, and that is through the Save America Act. So there is no more important thing, in our opinion, that gets done in Congress than, of course, getting the Save America Act over the finish line and signed into law.
Well, that was a loophole that the Supreme Court, that Coney Barrett and Roberts, the axis of deceit is what I call it. That was a loophole Roberts put in, is that this has to be addressed legislatively. So therefore, the SAVE Act has the ability, according to SCOTUS, to be able to do that. What do you look for in the confirmation of Todd Blanche?
You know, we are continuing to support this movement going forward and continue to work hard to ensure that we have people in leadership that want the best interests of the American people. So I know we have a couple statements out from our chairman. You can go to our website, GOP.com, and read all about our reaction from him. But again, it's very important that we continue to support people in our country, leading our country, that want the best for this nation. I think that that's what we are seeing playing out right now.
Give us your insight on the clown show nominating process that's going on in Maine for the Democratic Senate nominations, like a 13-day nominating process. I've got everybody in there, and his brother has gone in from, bozo to soupy sales a little before your time. What do you think of that?
Well, it's absolutely ridiculous, as we know, and it actually has an election integrity arm to it, because Democrats keep saying democracy dies in darkness. And you know what? Here at the RNC, we want to help turn on the lights. They should welcome election integrity measures to their convention. They are hand selecting 600 people. There's party infighting. People, Democrats that voted for Plattner now may not even have a chance to select the next candidate. So we know that this is a shady backroom deal. We know the candidate quality of these other people is just as bad. We have Shayna Bellows, who is an anti-election integrity leader. She has voted against common sense photo ID. She even tried to get President Trump kicked off the ballot in Maine in 2024 until the Supreme Court intervened. So what the biggest positive for us here at the RNC, Democrats are eating their own. They have a horrible candidate quality. And for us here at the RNC, we don't need to convince our voters to vote Republican, because the people that we are putting on the ballot are strong leaders of character. So it's a pretty easy decision for us.
Ali, tell us about, I just want to get to this main thing, because we've not really covered it, but you just said something I want you to share with our audience, right? So the nominating process for their Democrat nominee for the U.S. Senate is going to be decided, I think not this weekend, the next weekend.
The 25th, yes.
The 25th. It's going to be decided on July. You can't make this stuff up, Ali. It's going to be decided on July 25th, and it's going to be decided in a convention. And I guess they keep voting until, one person emerges. Many of us that were in Virginia understand how corrupt that process is. That's why I hate conventions. But that's how they're going to do it. But the thing is, when you have a regular convention, people sign up. They become the delegates. They got to, in some instances, you got to get on the ballot. But you sign up, you got to go through a process to be a delegate, submit your petitions, whatever. Here, the system is so rigged, Ali, they're picking somebody in the main Democratic Party is choosing who the delegates are.
Well, look, Democrats always say no kings in America. And if they truly believe that, then they should not be handpicking their successor to Graham Plattner. This is an old trick out of the Kamala Harris playbook. The Democrats shoved Joe Biden aside when they felt he wasn't viable and hand-selected Kamala Harris. And we're seeing this old trick yet again. Everything that Democrats claim they stand for, they do the opposite. And I know we started this interview, John, with actions speak louder than words and different sayings. So take a look at Democrats' actions. It does not match their words, and it's a disaster. But it's great for us. It's great for the Republicans.
So who is choosing the 600 Maine delegates? Like, is that the chairman of the Maine Democratic Party? Like, who's choosing these people? Because you're going to choose the people that you want to make the selection you want. So the whole thing becomes a sham.
Yes.
Who's actually choosing the 600 people?
Well, it is a sham, and I don't know exactly which Democrat ringleaders. Maybe Ken Martin's pulling the strings over there, but we could see even I don't know. But what I can tell you is this: the Republicans are in a very strong position going into the midterms, and we look forward to watching this disaster unfold.
Well, one thing that we agree on, maybe we're the only two people in the country that think this, but I am convinced the Republicans are going to hold the House and possibly gain a seat. We could gain a seat in the Senate. I mean, they have no shot at winning the Senate. Combs is going to win this thing going away. We got a shot in North Carolina. I know it doesn't look good, but if you know Michael Watley, guy's a closer. He's going to close this thing.
That's right.
I'm not sure he's going to win, but it's not 7 or 8. The polls are showing 7. This thing is 1 or 2. It's going to be very, very close. And I don't think you're going to win Georgia. Forget that. Ossoff's going to win a landslide, so you can forget that. But I think you're going to win Michigan. That's going to be a pickup. They're going to hold Maine. And we got an outside shot with Watley. I don't count Watley out. Don't count him out. He's a closer. I'm telling you. But this Maine thing, they said, oh, it's a convention with delegates, but then they picked the delegates. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. It is unbelievable. It's just complete and utter sham. It's a scam. And that's how they're going to pick their candidate. I'm going to pick the people that's going to pick who I want. What a democratic process that is.
Yeah, right.
Unbelievable. Ali, thanks for being with us. It's always good to have you. By the way, just as a correction for the record, this isn't an interview. This is a conversation. So thank you.
That's right. Thank you, John.
I don't do interviews. I do conversations. Right, Mike? Mike says yes. Okay. Ali, thanks for being with us. People want to follow you at the RNC, Ali. People want to follow you. You got a huge following. Where do they go?
Oh my gosh. Well, we want people to be following our election integrity account at RNC Vote Protect. That's where you can stay up to date with everything we are doing to defend the ballot box.
And for our fans out there, you probably don't know that Ali was a TV reporter before she got here. Where were you? I forget the market.
I was in Bakersfield, California, in the Central Valley. So
God's
it
country.
was a great time. God's country. Amen.
God's country, Bakersfield, baby. Bakersfield. Taft College is there. One of my favorite baseball coaches. So Bakersfield, great place in the Valley. Only conservative area, basically, in California. Beautiful location. But they need to get an Amtrak extension there because you go there on Amtrak, we got to take the bus.
John, don't get me started. We could go in the high-speed rail route. We don't even want to go down this path, okay?
Thanks, Ali, for being with us. What's the follow again? At RNC what?
At RNC Vote Protect on X. We'll see you there.
All right, Ali. Thank you for being with us. Live at Pennsylvania War College. We're going to be right back. Stay with us.
Alexander and 2 harbors. Officials in Michigan and New York also issuing air quality warnings. More on these stories from townhall.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-2085. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-2085 or biglou.com.
Top man at the State Department is speaking out. Laura Winters has the story.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio taking aim at the International Criminal Court, an institution that the U.S. has never recognized. In an op-ed piece in the Wall Street Journal, Rubio outlines his reasons we should dismantle it. The Secretary of State writing, most of us would struggle to imagine a world in which U.S. soldiers, police officers, Border Patrol agents, and elected leaders could be dragged before an international court, tried by judges from random countries across the globe, found guilty under international laws we neither consent to nor control, and then imprisoned thousands of miles from America.
Keir Starmer will answer questions from lawmakers in the House of Commons for the last time Wednesday before leaving office next week. On Monday, he steps down, handing over power to Andy Burnham. News and analysis at townhall.com. Voters in one of the most conservative states in the country will decide whether to roll back the state's abortion ban. Bernie Bennett with more.
Idaho officials informed supporters Monday that the measure would be added to the ballot. That makes it the fourth state where voters will directly decide abortion policy in November. In Missouri, a proposal would undo an amendment adopted 2 years ago that allowed abortion. In Nevada and Virginia, measures before voters would enshrine abortion rights in the state constitutions. Both places already allow abortion through at least 24 weeks of pregnancy. Abortion rights groups have prevailed in most ballot measure votes over the last 4 years. Bernie Bennett reporting.
And Subaru of America recalling over 500,000 Crosstrek, Forester, and Ascent vehicles in the U.S. because of an inaccurate label. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says the cars were made with the certification label that incorrectly states their gross axle weight rating. More on these stories at townhall.com.
What if you had a plan to build income outside your job? At Lifestyles Unlimited, you'll learn how people are investing in real estate to grow their income and make smarter financial choices one property at a time. Right now, join us for just $297. That's a savings of $443 off our real estate education program. Text RADIO to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007. Presented by Lifestyles Unlimited.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com. Pennsylvania's big casinos want it all. Your money, your games, your choice. They rake in millions, then lobby Harrisburg to shut down the small businesses that dare to compete. Bars, VFWs, local spots, crushed so the casino giants can get even richer. They want to rig the system against you, but Pesomatic is fighting back. Skill games, fair play, real competition. No monopolies, no backroom deals. Just your right to play and win. Call Harrisburg now. Stand with small business. Stand with Pesomatic. Pesomatic, leveling the playing field. Paid for by Pesomatic.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man Jack Nicholson knows can handle the truth, John Fredericks.
Okay, good. All right, we're back. Great to have you with us. I am John Fredericks, your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables. Thanks for joining us. We got a great day still going on. We're at the Pennsylvania Defense and Innovation Summit hosted by Senator Dave McCormick. Dave, we want to thank you for all you've done. This is a phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal event. We're going to go on today. We've got live programming after I'm off the air at 10. We're going to continue on at noon. We've got Veterans Administration Cabinet Secretary Doug Collins is going to be with us at 12 o'clock sharp. We're going to be cutting into the Rob Carson show, who's on vacation this week. Then at 12:30, we're going to have Kelly Loeffler. She is the administrator of the SBA, another cabinet level position. She'll be here with us live. President Trump is going to be speaking here. We're going to be carrying that live at sometime between 2:30 and 3 p.m. And after we're done at 1, we're going to go to programming from right here at the Defense and Innovation Summit, which I want to thank our sponsors. Obviously, one of our sponsors, Senator Dave McCormick. Dave, thank you. Thank you for all you do. Appreciate that. Also, Pesomatic here in Pennsylvania. Want to give a big shout out to Mike Barley, one of their representatives, doing a super job for them. And those are the skill games in Pennsylvania, which bring a lot of money to the veterans halls and to firehouses and things like that. These are heavily regulated in Pennsylvania, unlike some of the other states that were opposed to them in here. They're doing it the right way. Also, Congressman Dan Muser, fighter, conservative, 9th District. Love Dan on our show all the time. Great guy. He's there for you all the time, fighting for you. Go to muser.house.gov for more information, muser.house.gov, and also Pennsylvania State Senator Jared Coleman. Jared, great guy, Pennsylvania's 16th district that's serving our areas in our radio network towers that we own, Lehigh and Bucks counties. And thank you, Jared, for all you do. And he's in a tough fight for re-election. So you want to help Jared out. Go to Mr. Coleman goes to Harrisburg.com for more information. Mr. Harrisburg goes to Harrisburg. Mr. Coleman goes to Harrisburg.com. Again, Mr. Coleman goes to Harrisburg.com. You can also sign up for his newsletter. Just go to senatorcoleman.com/e-newsletters. E-newsletters. You can get it all right there. So I want to thank our sponsors for being with us. Joining us now, our good friend from Veteran Action, Mark Lucas. Let's bring Mark in the shot here if we can. There you go. There's Mark. Good to have you with us, Mark.
It's great to see you in person.
I know. Every time you come on, you're on video or something. So it's good to have you here live with us, Mark, at Veteran Action. I'm just going to get right to it. We're going to start with this summit and then go on to some of our frustration, mutual frustration in the Veterans Administration right now, and our good friend, Congressman from Florida. I'm not even sure she has any idea what the hell she's talking about. We're going to get into that. But first, let's talk about the Pennsylvania Defense and Innovation Summit. I've been here for 2 days. I am blown away by the number of CEOs here, the number of exhibits here, 2 floors, and what Dave McCormick has been able to put together. He's only been a senator for 18 months. Look what he's put together. This is unbelievable.
incredible summit. Over 1,300 people are here. 600 of those people are C-suite level executives. So these are decision makers. And this really builds upon the success of what Senator McCormick did last year in Pittsburgh with
the energy summit.
With the energy summit. And they had close to $100 billion of deals that they announced in Pittsburgh last year. And not only did they announce these deals, but Senator McCormick, as a businessman, is following up and having accountability. So he wrote an op-ed this morning saying that 19 out of those 20 deals that were announced in Pittsburgh last year, that they are on track. So we're not just going to do ribbon cutting ceremonies.
What about the other one?
We got to find out about the other one.
I want 20 and 20.
But he's a guy that's not just going to do these announcements, not just going to cut campaign ads. He's going to follow up as a CEO and say, where are the jobs in Pennsylvania? Where are those billions of dollars of investment? And so now we have the Defense and Innovation Summit here in Carlisle, Pennsylvania, the home of the U.S. Army War College.
It's a great choice to have it.
Outstanding location. And they've got the Army University down the hall from us. This is where a lot of the innovation comes in the officer corps within the United States military. A lot of story tradition here. So very fitting place. And we've got President Trump here, the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, my good friend's going to be here today. We have Dan Driscoll from the Army. We have the CIA director. This is Ratcliffe is here. It's basically a show of force for Senator McCormick, saying this is how important Pennsylvania is, not just to me as a senator, but to the nation. The amount of investment in the defense industrial complex here is incredible. You've got Hanwha, a major shipbuilding partner with President Trump. They're making a $5 billion investment to revitalize the Philly shipyard. And I'm going back to Iowa, my home state. I'm telling my delegation, look at what Senator McCormick was able to accomplish here in Pennsylvania. It's setting the standard for every senator. And one point I'd like to make as well, you and I have worked with a lot of politicians, whether it's in the House or the Senate, governors, all across the country. And I've never seen a Senate office that has a position that's called Commercial Development Officer, which is held by McCormick's good friend, Kevin Miller, who is closing deals here in Pennsylvania. So it's just really a blessing to be here with you, to be here with the senator.
Well, he's merged his political office with business, with getting business, much like President Trump has done in getting all this investment in. But he had because he was the CEO and he ran a company, he gets it. And he understands that he's got an opportunity to advocate, almost like, the president of the Pennsylvania, Chamber of Commerce, to advocate to get businesses here. And then he's got the power as a senator to have some influence over who comes in and what kind of deals are made. So he's melded that together. So rather than, Rand Paul that basically gets up there and bitches every day about something, doesn't do anything, you get a senator that's actually bringing jobs here.
That was one of my first impressions when I came on site.
Sorry to go off on Rand Paul, but I'm not a fan.
I was like, wow, this is what happens. Just looking at the event, looking at the venue, looking at how professional it was. I said, oh, this is what happens when you have a United States senator who's actually done something in his life.
Right.
Instead of just talking about things and being a politician.
Just talk.
He is a doer. In Pennsylvania, I was texting with Jack Posobiec yesterday. I was like, you are blessed to have a guy like Senator McCormick representing your home state. He's done so much good things for Pennsylvania.
No doubt. Let's get to the Veterans Administration, because your organization is Veteran Action. You've got a pretty good pack that you guys are involved in, but I know that there is a number of us that follow the Veterans Administration that there's a little frustration going on with the lack of progress in some areas. Will you define that for us, Mark Lucas?
Absolutely. I think it's important to start from the beginning of Trump 1. When he ran for president, he had a 10-point plan of how he was going to reform the VA. And I was an early supporter of President Trump. I live in Iowa. I caucused for him when it was unpopular back in 2016. I stood by him after the Mar-a-Lago raid. And I worked with President Trump when I led Concerned Veterans for America in his first term. Pete Hegseth was my predecessor at CVA. We served together in the National Guard. And so Pete and I really wanted to focus on healthcare choice for veterans. So we believe that if you served your country in uniform, and if the VA can't see you in a timely manner, that you should be able to go out in the community. President Trump endorsed that 100%. And so I helped President Trump pass two of the most historic reforms at the VA. It was the VA accountability.
Oh, that was huge.
That was back
Because
in
remember,
2017.
under Obama, like people dying.
Yes.
I mean, they couldn't get care. It was all a scam. People were changing, like they were changing the logs. Remember that?
It was the VA waitlist scandal in Phoenix, Arizona. That really brought to light the systemic problems with healthcare access for veterans. They literally let people die on secret wait lists. And that was really the impetus of the Accountability Act. And Trump was like, well, hey, if you're a bad VA employee and you're allowing veterans to die, I think I should be able to fire you. And also, we should protect those whistleblowers to come forward and say,
and
hey,
that got Democrat votes in the Senate. That bill.
It did. Yeah. It was bipartisan. And that was Trump's first victory. And then we had in 2018 the VA Mission Act. And this was President Trump's signature policy win for veterans. He said, if the VA can't see you in a timely fashion, you can go out into the community. So let's fast forward to today. After those huge,
with the same coverage.
Yes. And with those huge VA victories in Trump's first term, myself and others, we thought the second term is going to be even more successful for veterans. And I was helping with Pete Hegseth's confirmation. I never had an aspiration to start veteran action. But as I was working on the confirmation, Pete and I and some of our old friends within the veteran community started talking about the problems that we were still having at the VA. I said, guys, I thought we fixed this with accountability and with the Mission Act. And so I started Veteran Action because I said, guys, I know how to fix this. We started C4 to Super PAC. We hold these politicians accountable. Well, today we have seen almost 2 years into Trump's second term that we have a lot of the same problems with veterans being denied access to community care. You have VA bureaucrats who are literally breaking the Mission Act, breaking the law, and playing games with scheduling and not allowing them to go out into private healthcare because they want to keep veterans trapped in a broken system to protect their bureaucracy. It's not about taking care of the veteran. It's about how can I protect my budget, my facility, my job. And a lot of us in the veteran community are looking at VA Secretary Doug Collins, and we're saying, where are you at on these issues? Right now, we have the Take Care of America's Veterans Act that's going to be voted on in the House of Representatives on Thursday. We just cleared a major rules hurdle earlier this week. We expect there to be bipartisan support. I'm already hearing that there's Democrats that will support this bill. And the reason why we support this bill and that we're asking for the VA Secretary to come out publicly and endorse it is because it includes the Veterans Access Act. And this Access Act codifies what President Trump did in the Mission Act. It says by law that a veteran, if you can't be seen within 20 days at a VA facility, you by law get to go to a community care facility. And this polls very popular with veterans and with military voters. I personally paid for a poll with Rasmussen, with Mark Mitchell, to see how popular were these bills with veterans. We have over 90% bipartisan support for veteran healthcare choice. And so right now, VA Secretary Doug Collins is AWOL on this bill. He's a former congressman from Georgia. So he should understand how important it is for him as the VA Secretary to put his full weight behind this bill. It supports President Trump's Mission Act, but also this bill will fulfill a campaign promise that President Trump made in New Hampshire. He said that they would have a full service VA hospital. This bill also includes the Major Richard Starr Act, which oftentimes is called the Wounded Veteran Tax. And Secretary Hegseth supports that bill. So a lot of people are saying, where is the VA Secretary? He should come out and offer his full endorsement of this bill. Not only is it important for veterans, but is crucial for the midterms. I'm talking to Republicans in critical battleground states who want to get this bill done, who want to do more and more for veterans.
The bill that you're referencing, by the way, we're with Veterans Action, President Mark Lucas, founder and President Veteran Action. So, and by the way, I go back with Mark back to our CVA days.
Yes.
Conservative Veterans for America. And I used to have Pete Hegseth would come in my studio in Chesapeake, Virginia, just outside of Portsmouth, way back in the day. We had a couple of events in Virginia where I was the MC that I remember. Roanoke was one of them, I think. But so we go back a long time.
And Pete's a grassroots guy.
He's
That's
a
what he
grassroots
does.
guy. I mean, that's why
That's why the troops love him.
Well, that's the first time I met Pete, and he was on tour with a lady who was a helicopter, a machine gun pilot. I can't think of her name now, but
Probably Amber Smith.
Amber Smith,
Yes.
exactly. Very
Yes.
good.
She's
You
a
got a good
great,
memory.
Great person.
Amber Smith. He was on tour with her, and then Jessie Jane Duff was part of that. Now
Sean Parnell was a
Sean
part of the
Parnell
crew.
was part of that. That was back in the day when CVA first started, and I think the Koch brothers funded it, if memory serves me. But and the big issue was Obama's failing the VA. People were dying, as we said, all the things. But tell us about the Take Care. You're talking about the Take Care of America Veterans Act. The key to the thing is giving veterans. We want to codify the law that gives veterans access to any community health facility after 20 days if they can't get the care at the VA with the same coverage. Why wouldn't Doug Collins, VA secretary, be in favor of that? Why is he dragging his feet on it?
That's a good question.
As you've alleged.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think there's some people that think that this bill is a threat to the right. And I've talked to a lot of people on Capitol Hill when they're out of their home district, right? Even Republicans who say they support veterans, they believe they earn that healthcare choice. And behind closed doors, they get a little bit worried about offering more choice because they're like, well, is that going to impact my VA hospital? Is that going to impact my jobs in my district? And everybody seems to, well, I'd say everybody, but a lot of people say, well, my VA hospital is great. I'm a politician. I want to double down on my VA hospital. I want to provide more jobs for my district. So a lot of times they talk a big game because they know politically it is popular, right? My poll shows that 90% support for healthcare choice. But then they start to get a little bit skittish when it comes to passing bills that will provide veterans more healthcare choice. And the VA labor union is very engaged. They never want veterans to leave the broken healthcare system. I can't make this up. There's a book written by Philip Longman called Best Care Anywhere. And he makes the case that the VA should be the healthcare standard for all of us, for all of Americans. So you have these people that are really entrenched.
It's the worst.
Oh, it's the worst. Ask me, ask a lot of veterans.
Anybody. It's the worst.
And the great thing is, and why I think this bill makes so much sense, the choice is the veteran. If he likes the VA hospital he goes to, go. I'm not going to be like Barack Obama that says you can keep your own doctor and renege on that. No, you can go to the VA hospital.
Who's the sponsor of this bill?
Chairman Bost in the House, and we got Chairman Moran in the Senate. And it's a very good bill. It will codify those reforms. So one thing that we did with the Mission Act, they wanted to have the VA kind of talk with the Department of Defense of what's the right access standards, like what's the right time that we should allow veterans to actually give the VA a head start. What's the drive time? So the 20-day period and the 30-minute drive time, that's not written in law. That's basically administrative policy. So what this bill does is it makes it law. And
it codifies it.
And that's very important.
I mean, this is what annoys me here is this is a bill that President Trump passed in the first term.
Oh, it's no brainer.
And now we're just trying to implement it. And I don't understand. I don't understand the frustration behind this thing. Also, look, I'm normally a fan of Congressman Luna in Florida. Mm-hmm. But what was it? What was she railing about last night on this bill? What the hell was she talking about?
She came out last night.
I mean, I didn't have time to dig into it, but I just came through my feed, and I'm like, WTF?
I'll bring it up. So she came out with a tweet last night that said the VA bill this Thursday needs serious changes. She talks about signing a discharge.
We're talking about this bill.
Yeah. And she says all of our veterans served should be fully eligible for disability pay and should not be offsetting some disability to pay for others. We need to find a way where all of our veterans are fully taken care of. Congresswoman Luna is mistaken. And to try to be diplomatic, she has not been an early co-sponsor of the Access Act. She has not been an early co-sponsor of the Veterans Bill of Rights Act. These are two really popular bills. And so a lot of us are like, well, why are you coming in at the last minute? We have a vote this Thursday. And then why are you using the same talking points as the VA bureaucrats and the unions? And so I think that
What was her response to that?
I haven't had a chance to talk to her or her team. I think there's going to be people reaching out to her this week, but there's a key vote tomorrow. I believe it'll pass. I think Luna should support it.
Because you're trying to get this bill jettisoned out to the floor.
Senate, because
Yeah,
we have August recess coming up. We have a limited amount of time to get this over to the Senate, and every day that goes by, we are losing veterans. And there's a lot of times people will overemphasize, well, this bill will save lives. I know for a fact that when you give veterans access to healthcare in the community, it saves lives. I tell this story often about the Audie Murphy VA Hospital in San Antonio. We had a Navy veteran who literally wrote a book on veteran suicide with his dad. And he went to the hospital. He just wanted to talk to somebody. They refused. They tried to give him pills. And he said that he was treated like a robot, that all they wanted to do was give him pills. When he was refused care, he shot himself in front of that VA hospital in San Antonio. Less than a year later, a Marine veteran did the same thing. When you serve this country and when you're going through post-traumatic stress or you have mental health problems, you face despair. And despair is the true driver for suicide. Well, when you go to a VA hospital, the institution that was built to serve you, and they won't see you, you feel helpless. And that despair reaches an all-time high. So I know if we have veterans that say, you know what, they can't see me today, they don't want to, if I can go across the street to a private healthcare facility, they'll see me, that will save lives right now. That's why every day counts, every week counts. Let's get this done in the House on Thursday. Let's get it to the Senate for a vote, and let's get this thing passed. Let's have President Trump sign it, and let's get veterans the healthcare choice they deserve.
So we need Doug. We have to try to understand why Doug Collins is not enthusiastic about it.
Yes, and I would say that, and Doug Collins can reach out to me anytime he wants. I'll give you my number. I've talked to his chief of staff, who's a great guy. There's a lot of great people at the VA. There's a lot of people I have respect for that are trying to do the right thing. But if Doug Collins would offer his support of this bill, it would sail through.
There's got to be some reason that he doesn't like it. And, you know, I mean, as you said, there's a protection of the internal bureaucracy, right? But the thing I like about it, and I want to protect our VA hospitals, is that it holds them accountable. Whenever you're held accountable to something and you have to compete, you do better. You offer better care. But I don't care what it is, whether it's my radio show or the VA hospital, when you're competing with, you know, anybody could be tuning me or 18 other people, right? I got to hold their attention. And if I'm BBC and the only game in town, you know, you just don't have to work as hard.
Exactly.
Right?
We want choice, we want competition, and the veteran will benefit.
All right. Veteran Action founder and president Mark Lucas. Mark, thanks for being with us.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. We'll be in touch, and we'll try to get to the bottom of the take care of Americans Veteran Act, or why this is not a done deal. And the other thing, I don't know what the deal is with Luna. I mean, talking about things you don't know anything about is always risky, to put it mildly. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network live at the Defense and Innovation Summit. We got one more segment coming up, and then I'll be back at noon with Doug Collins. We can ask him about this, and also Kelly Loeffler, the cabinet level position, SBA, record number of jobs coming up. All that's right here on the John Fredericks Media Network with your calls, 888-480-JOHN. See you in a minute.
Weather. You know, the Lord is like a keel in life. If we turn to Him, especially during turbulent times, He will always guide us to safety. He provides us with stability during rough times in our life if we reach out to Him and ask for help. Run to the Lord in prayer and trust that He will lead you to calmer waters. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you will destroy your life. Listen to The Flatline with your host, Rick Hughes, every Sunday morning on the John Fredericks Radio Network. The Flatline describes a main line of resistance in your soul, built on God's Word. Join us every Sunday morning for 30 minutes of inspiration, motivation, and education, all without manipulation. That's The Flatline with Rick Hughes, heard here every Sunday at 8:30 a.m. on the John Fredericks Radio Network.
I am here because Washington needs fighters, and Graham Plattner is the fighter we need. You bet. I said to myself, that's my kind of man.
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Back here live at the Waterfront Village with my friend, the zombie, Jonathan. You're looking good. Jonathan just got an awesome face paint job. What do you think?
I like turtles.
All right. You're great zombie. And
I got to move over, Mike. I like turtles. Terps. I like turtles.
That is such a great clip.
Every time I see it, I laugh. I ask you to play it just because I'm getting tired and it's the end.
I gotta find. Apparently they did one where he's an adult now and he recreated it. So I gotta find that and get that for us. But
the thing is, like the zombie thing had nothing to do with turtles. It had nothing to do with anything that had to do with the turtle.
It's a complete non sequitur.
It's just like, hey, tell me about the zombie thing, and you got all this face makeup on. It's like, I like turtles. Oh, God. So what we need with that, we need you to put together a graphic, which has got the University of Maryland Terp logo and a turtle there, because we love turtles. And why I came up with that is I didn't come up with it. Like at the Maryland baseball games, when we got guys on base, the PA announcer just play that clip, right? I mean, like, I'm second and third or one out, somebody's getting up, and it'll be a 1-1 count, and all of a sudden you'll hear, I like turtles. And it's absolutely hilarious. So that I can see that 10 times a day and laugh 10 times. So we need to put a graphic behind it and find the other one that goes with it. And there's got to be something else about turtles. Wasn't there a cartoon about turtles, Mike?
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
Yeah, I remember
what talking about
with Jack when he was a kid.
Heroes in a Half Shell, Turtle Power.
No, it was,
I might have seen a few of them.
No, I think it
Once
was
upon a time.
Yeah, Ninja Turtles or something, right?
Yeah.
They lived in they lived under the street in a sewer or something.
Yeah. Mike loved them. Loved the Ninja Turtles.
Mike
did.
Coleman,
No.
he did. I used to watch it with Jack. I think Joe is too old. I don't remember which of them because you forget, you get older. But
Coleman is somehow about 10 years younger than I am. I think he's too young maybe for the Ninja Turtles. They were really big right before he was born. He said, "Oh, he knows it."
He watched it. Yeah, that means
okay.
So I probably watched it. I don't know who I watched it with. Both kids maybe, but all I remember is they lived in the sewer under the street is all I remember.
Yes, with their sensei Splinter, the overgrown rat. You would have loved it.
That's right, the overgrown rat.
he left. You got him out of D.C. and he went to New York and became an overgrown sensei.
Oh God, it was hilarious. That's all I do remember that. Huh?
I watched all the versions of it.
Mike said he watched all the versions.
Yeah, they had live action movies. I mean, the whole thing. Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It was,
Yeah,
it
they
was
had, like,
huge. It was very big in the 90s.
Yeah.
Very big in the
Ninja
90s.
Turtles. I love Turtles.
TV shows.
Very big in Sheboygan. Very big in Sheboygan.
Sheboygan. What was your favorite? My favorite cartoon that is my favorite of all time ever, and I watched it go every Monday night at 7:00. We never missed it for years. Probably when he was like 6 or 7 to right up when he was like 12. We never missed it. That was our Monday night thing, and it was called The Regular Show.
The Regular Show.
The Regular Show.
I don't think I've ever
gotta
even
look
heard
it
of
up,
that.
dude. It's The Regular
Okay.
Show. It was the best cartoon ever made, ever.
Really? Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
The
That's
Regular
quite the
Show.
endorsement. Now I really
Yeah,
have
we
to look it up.
watched. We never missed it, and then it finally went away. And I know we were heartbroken when they said this is going to be the final episode because it went on for years. And we watched. It was at 7:00 on Monday, and it was some episodes were 15 minutes and some were a half hour. But every Monday it's
What
7.
channel? What channel did it come on?
I think it was on PBS.
Wow.
Might have been on PBS or just one. Might have been on the Cartoon Channel, but it was not like reruns. I mean, it was the new episode every Monday. It came on at 7. Probably the Cartoon Network. The Cartoon Network who produced it, and it was.
I was vanilla. I loved G.I. Joe. I was a big G.I. Joe guy growing up. That was my thing. Big into the Joes. But,
yeah, I wasn't a fan of the movie. I was a fan of that.
The movie or the show?
Neither. I just
neither because the movie with what it was with what's his name?
I don't know.
The guy from Magic Mike or whatever else. Yeah, I think The
we
Rock
weren't-
was in one of them. Yeah,
Amy and
it
I
was-
were not fans of that.
Dennis Quaid, I think, even showed up in that first G.I.
not
Joe
fans.
movie.
So he's a good actor. 888-480,
Yeah.
John, you want to weigh in? And somebody should look up The Regular Show. Best cartoon ever made, ever. Right up there. My second favorite, Top Cat.
Top Cat.
Top Cat. See, this is before your guys' time. This was the Saturday shows. Regular Show came way after that, but my two favorites were Regular Show, all-time favorite, not even close. Nothing ever would compete with that. It was hilarious. And then, but it was hilarious. And then Top Cat, when I was a kid, I never missed Top Cat. Okay.
I liked Thundercats. That was different. That was an off.
That was different.
That was a
Top
spinoff.
Cat
That was a spinoff
You're
from
going
Top
into
Cat.
you're going into cartoons.
Thundercats was like the Frasier of Top Cat.
No, stop.
The spin.
Go away. Okay, just go away. Okay, you don't even say those two cartoons in the same breath.
Fair enough.
You know, because it's icky. It's Top Cat is classic. Right? Classic. So 888-480, John, you want to weigh in? It's kind of interesting what Lucas said about the Take Care of Americans Veteran Act that we can't get this thing passed. And then, whenever you get a congressman out of the blue that all of a sudden blasts something, like she's not even involved in it, Luna. So whenever they blast something, you always wonder where did that come from? Like we're trying to pass the SAVE Act, and this is like a simple bill. And then you get somebody blasting it. You say, where was that? Like, where did that come from? Like, did you just, get a bug up your butt and decide, I'm going to tweet all this stuff out and tank this bill when you're not been involved in it? Always suspect to me. And not that I'm not a trusting guy, but it's just like, where did that come from? Now, if you're working on the bill and you were a co-sponsor or you've talked about it, or you're a veteran and you read the bill and you talked about it, then the final version comes and you don't like it, and you want to tank it, then it makes sense. But if you had no involvement in something and all of a sudden you just harpoon it with a series of tweets at night, I don't know. It just does that. Am I the only guy that thinks that's odd? I love that word now, odd, because you can't really call it weird or creepy, just odd, right? That's odd. I mean, don't you have something else you're working on? Why are you injecting yourself in this, right? Meantime, nobody, there's a lobbying effort this week. The NAB put a lobbying effort on. A lot of my colleagues in D.C. meeting with various congressmen trying to get the the AM bill in every car passed. We can't get that passed. We got, how do you get a bill with 330 co-sponsors in the House? 330. That's like 4/5 of the Congress and 70 senators, and you can't get you can't get a vote. And it's every year. It's like, it's not on the calendar, this and that. It's the frustration of this government when you have that many co-sponsors and can't get anything done. It get out of committee 2 years in a row. It gets out of committee 100%, and just Scalise just, craps on it because they get money from GM. They get money from the car company, so they just crap on it. This is what's wrong with our system. It's just not good. Now, I tell you another thing that we have to look into, that we really, really have to look into, and that is what is going on in Cuba right now, right? So our government is trying to free the Cuban people from the horrific communist regime that is in charge, that has been starving their people forever, keeping them in poverty. The communist regime there is horrible, and we're trying to root them out. And whether it be by economics or by another means, right? Maybe we pull a Venezuela on them. I don't know, but you actually have now, and Solomon had this on Just the News. You have factions of leftists in this country that say that they will disrupt everything if we try to displace the bloodthirsty, horrific communist regime in Cuba. Now, I want you to think about this. I just want you to think about it, that we have people in this country. Let me see if I can find it here. I didn't pull it up because we got off on that tangent, but let me see if I can pull it up real fast so I can get you the facts here. Okay. Well, I'm not sure where it is. We'll find it soon. Maybe Dan, you're able to find it. Solomon had it on Just the News, but we have this faction of Americans, ostensibly, that say if there's any U.S. action taking against Cuba, that they will start massive protest across consulates and other things to disrupt the government. So we've got leftist communists in this country that say they are opposed to displacing the bloodthirsty, horrific communist regime in Cuba that has held their people in poverty and many of them in jail for years, right? No electricity, no cars, everything is a disaster there. And that if we try to displace that regime and free the people, free them, that they're going to have mass protests all over the country and disrupt U.S. government operations. Did you ever think you'd see that in America? When we talk about a Marxist, jihadist, communist takeover of this country, and you laugh at it. Oh, it's just in the major cities. Oh, it's just in Denver. Like I said that to somebody the other day, and they're like, oh, I read your column. Denver's liberal. Well, so is Seattle, and so is Portland, and so is LA. I mean, you go on and on. That's the reality of these people. These people are winning. We're losing, they're winning. And now they want to protect a communist oppressive regime that gives their people no liberty 90 miles away when there's a chance to free them. I'm just trying to figure out where we're going with this and why the FBI would not be on these people immediately and locking them up. Because basically you're talking about subverting the will of the governmental leaders that we elected. I mean, if Hegseth, if Trump, if his cabinet, if they decide to displace the leader, the communist regime in Cuba like they did in Venezuela, if they decide to do that, and then we have people in this country, it's what you can protest till you're blue in the face. You can march up and down Pennsylvania Avenue, K Street, whatever you want to do, right? Put your masks on and be idiots. I don't really care. That's protected. But when you talk about, we're going to be their shield and we're going to disrupt operations, and they put this in the media and we do nothing? Like, don't you think that's a little over the line? Dan, I'm going to go to a word from our sponsors. Let's see if we can find this by Solomon. Just go to Just the News and give us an update on that, and I'll be right back. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network, 888-480-JOHN.
Ponder this. How many times have you heard that freedom means doing whatever you want as long as we don't hurt anyone else? On its face, this sounds pretty reasonable. But when you think about it, everything you do has an impact on someone or something. Let's say we overindulge in drinking. The immediate impact may be that we cannot get to work on time the next morning, or even at all. Let's say we eat whatever we want, whenever we want. When health problems ensue later in life, your family, your friends, and your community may be impacted. For every action, there is a reaction, and this is Newton's law of physics. But it applies to our spiritual life as well. Being truly free means doing God's will in every decision that we make. This means we must know God's will by following His commandments and talking with Him in our daily life. Pray, trust, and persevere in following God's will for you every day. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Soul Tea. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Soul Tea. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Soul Tea for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Soul Tea. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
He's your Godzilla of the truth in America.
It's Godzilla!
No gibberish or nonsense, just common sense. And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
A lot of us have been wondering about this Freedom Gas. Like, what is this? Is this a company? Is it who's subsidizing it? Are they selling gas under market value? Or can you lower prices by 50 cents and still make money, which means everybody else has been gouging us up the butt, right? So what is this? Let's find out. Let's go to Cut 29. Freedom Gas sheds a little light on what exactly this is. Go.
Well, sure. I'm glad you asked, because there have been a lot of misconceptions in the media and by, random users on social media, and a lot of Democrats accusing the administration of subsidizing the company or funding it. That's just not the case. This is, a private company that has patriotically answered the president's call, and they are simply slimming down their margins and providing gas at a more affordable cost. They're a gas station that is able to do that, and they will continue to do so that they can provide lower costs to, drivers in their local community. And as you just showed, there's been lots of great feedback from other businesses that want to join Freedom Fuel and their efforts, and that's exactly what the president wanted to see. Freedom Fuel Network led the charge. They took action, and we hope to see other retailers in both this area and across the country follow their lead.
Okay, so they're not explaining what this company is, because I never heard of them. Did anybody buy gas from Freedom Gas or Freedom Fuel? I mean, Valero, Sunoco, whatever, Sheetz, Wawa. Did anybody hear this company? Did you ever hear this company, Mike? Mike, you go to Philadelphia all the time, right? You got your in-laws there. Mike goes to Philadelphia, then he pirates the Eagles games back in Richmond. I'm outing you here. You're pirating the games. That's good Good. Very resourceful. Very resourceful, Mike. Is a pirate. Put his pirate hat on. Mike the pirate. But what does freedom get? Like, I never heard of this. So are they buying these companies up, or are you joining a consortium? But then the question we never answered this question. I asked, it's the third time I've asked it now on air this week. If Freedom Gas can come in and be an umbrella for other gas companies, because I would like somebody to support Freedom Gas. Before it was Freedom Gas, it had to be something else, like Valero, Sunoco, Sinclair. I think they went out of business, right? Exxon, something like that. Esso, Citgo, something. Now it's got Freedom Gas. Okay. So what was the company before? Did they own it? Did they buy it? But here's the question. Here's a buried lead. Taylor Rogers, White House spokesperson, just said they lowered their margins to make it more affordable because of the crisis. They lowered their they took a hit on their margin. Okay, that means they still have a margin. What is that margin? 5 cents? And it was 55 cents? Or 10 cents and it was 60 cents? If you can lower the gas prices by 50 cents and still make money, then is that not price gouging? Because I don't think, let's say it's 5 cents and their margin is 55 cents a gallon. If you could make 55 cents a gallon, everybody on earth would go buy a gas station in a high volume area. I mean, you think about all the gallons pumped, you're making 50 cents a gallon? You'd be a bajillionaire, right? I mean, I pump what? How much are we going to pump in that? What do we have? The Santa Fe or something? How much are we going to pump? Like 20 gallons on that? Well, that means you'd make $10 on me. It's car after car after car after car after car. By the end of the day, you'd make $1 million if you were in a high volume place. So that's price gouging. Because you always think, well, the margin on gas is what, 3 or 4, maybe 5 cents, 2, 3 cents. Basically, you pump the gas, and then it's the lost leader to go in the store and, buy the Twinkies or whatever it is that one buys when they go in, the Coke, Twinkies, beer. So pretzels, whatever that you buy, it's a lost leader. So if you can drop your margin 50 cents, that means before you dropped it, you were getting price gouged. What have I missed here, Dan? Mike, somebody, anybody, call me. What have I missed here? And I love the concept of Freedom Fuel. I love the idea. I love the marketing of it. I love the fact that it's saving people money. But somebody's got to answer me the question, why were you charging 50 cents more? And now you can cut your thing by half a buck and you're still making money. Plus you're selling the Twinkies. Does anybody buy Twinkies? I used to buy them. Moon pies? Do you know they shot Twinkies into space? And the reason they did that is because Twinkies can last, get this, Mike, 35 years. You can eat a Twinkie 35 years later and it's still fresh and good. So think about what they put in Twinkies the last 35 years and you'll never eat one again. Like, just think about that. Twinkies shot into space, 35 years. I don't know how old a moon pie is, but they shot in moon pies too, but Twinkies 35 years. I mean, I don't know about this. Let's get to Matt in Waynesboro, PA, about Freedom Fuel. Matt, go ahead. Tell us what the deal is here.
So I don't know what the deal is, but I just have some questions. You had mentioned about gouging. Is this a sign that other gas companies are gouging us?
Yes.
If Freedom Fuel is able to drop 50 cents a gallon off, specifically here in Pennsylvania, when you think about that, where the gas tax is 60 cents a gallon, roughly, if they're able to drop 50 cents off a gallon, and you have other companies like Cohen Oil, Cohen Gas, local station here in southwestern Pennsylvania around Waynesburg, where I'm at, you have also Giant Eagle's GetGo, their gasoline, Source One is where their trucking company. They lower 30 cents a gallon if you belong to Club Cohen, where you have their little advantage card, if you will. if you belong to Giant Eagle's Get-Go's program, they save you 20 cents a gallon. It stands to reason, correct me if I'm wrong, or tell me if my logic is flawed, but doesn't it stand to reason that somebody's gouging somebody? If you're able to take a 30 cents per gallon hit just so somebody joined your stupid little key tag club to get gas, doesn't it stand to reason that that gas companies are gouging us?
Yes. That's why I've brought this up on air. I finally got somebody to call up and explain it. I mean, if you look at Pennsylvania, if you go to a Get-Go right now and you don't have the Get-Go card, which I don't, I just don't have time. I should get it. I don't, right? I don't have the Sheets card either. I get it and I forget it. But if you can save 30 cents a gallon on Get-Go, then they can drop the price 50 cents and still make money. That's 80 cents. Then you got a 60-cent gas tax in Pennsylvania. That's $1.40. So if you're paying $3.50, the gas is really $2.10. That's my point. The gouging is beyond the pale, because a company came and said, when Freedom said, I'm going to take these companies over and be their marketing umbrella. I know there's no Freedom Gas Company, right? They're not producing gas. It's a marketing company. And I'm going to drop prices 50 cents and still make money. Well, that means they were 50 cents higher than before. And if you have the card, it's another 30 cents. It means they're 80 cents higher. And then you got a 60-cent tax. Now you're talking about $1.40. Think about it. We get ripped off and ripped off and ripped off. And then the answer is, well, I'm going to do Freedom Gas. But then nobody's saying, well, what about everybody else ripping you off across the country? Unbelievable. It takes our show and Matt in Waynesburg to expose it. And I mean, I can't believe that clip I ran. And those people, what was that, Fox News? I don't know what that was, Fox? Like, that should be the first question of the guy doing the interview, or the gal. Like, if they can do this, why can't everybody else do it? Because they're gouging you up the wazoo. They're taking advantage of this war. They raised prices. Prices never went up. They gouged you, and there should be a consequence. I don't know what the Department of Justice is doing. Do that. John Fredericks Media Network. I'm going to be back here at noon live with VA Secretary Doug Collins. Kelly Lefter after that, President Trump, 2:30. Hey, thanks for being with us. Truth and Clarity lives here. Michael Patrick Leahy next.
International Falls, Minnesota.